Hello, Stargazers! I am your magician, but you can call me Aster, and we are back playing Ace Attorney Investigations. Today we are finishing Case 3 of the second game, and I'm joined by 4 people.
Me.
I'm a person.
Okay, yeah.
And then Judge and Yuri said nothing. Okay.
And then Judge and Yuri said nothing because they were muted on Discord.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not muted though.
Cringe me, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a notification.
Oh, what? No way.
Aster is live on YouTube.
What?
And Twitch.
What?
Yeah, okay.
I think you made the going out notification on Twitch Judge Cast?
Did I?
Yeah.
No.
Ace Attorney Investigations Judge Cast. It kind of is.
It kind of is,
honestly.
though.
I hate my. But I just read the description. I read it as no more edgy preggy. I'm actually gonna go die.
Edgy Preggy.
I'm actually.
Oh my god, Delisha would call him that.
The correct reading is not that much better, so.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna pull up YouTube chat.
Yeah.
Hello, hello.
Well, Yuri's
So
kind of like
how
Kenny
was
in
everyone's
South
day today?
Park. It went. It was stress-free. That's what I try to go for. I watched way too much of Aster playing Genshin Impact.
Damn.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I can actually play those games now because of fucking PlayStation.
That's true.
But should I?
No.
You know what?
Anyone else want to answer a Fenn's question, or is it just for me?
Mine was pretty good.
That's good. Good stuff.
I'm
guys.
sorry, Amy.
That's okay. Take your time. It's a loaded question.
I didn't hear the question.
How was your day?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Man, it's really the camaraderie and the warm atmosphere that makes these streams special.
Listen, it's 8. Listen, it's 8.
The fact that we're all on the same page.
Yeah, it's like we've known each other forever and are bored of each other.
It's 8:30 in the morning. I've been awake for 4 hours. Please give me some slack.
Okay. Well, I guess your day hasn't been very good because you've been up for 4 hours and the sun. Yeah, you have to watch the sunrise. How was the sunrise?
It's actually quite pretty.
Was it average?
I'd say it was above average.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I've been eating nothing but Chinese food for the last 3 days because I have too much Chinese food and I didn't want to let it go to waste. But I'm done now. I've eaten a year's supply of. Yeah, I've eaten a year's supply of MSG, and frankly, my bones hurt. My fingers feel wet, and I feel great.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. Low-key, I've been very, very thirsty because of the amount of salt that I've intaked. So.
Time to drink
Also,
lots and lots of water.
Yeah. You had me a drink.
Damn.
No, drink no water.
Sif.
There's water in this.
There sure is.
There is, in fact, water.
I'm getting a sip. Dot.
Not the sif.
Not this. Why am I getting the dot?
Oh yes, the sif. Dot.
No, what have I done, Ink? Please, what have I done?
Besides repeatedly made concerning comments about your well-being.
This is true.
Please, I've done
This
that
is
once
very
today.
true.
One day, if you don't sign in for like 3 days, like you have an issue with the internet, we're just gonna assume that something terrible happened to you. So
That's basically what I did, though. Like, you like vanished for a day, and I was just like, are you alive? Like,
Wait,
did you
what did I
die?
vanish?
it's like, what the
I actually
fuck?
don't know what that was.
Why is Sif spending time with people who aren't us?
Oh, Sif. I was gonna say. I always try to at least send a message in like one of the chats so I'm not dead.
You're so real.
So my thing is that when I go on like any kind of vacation or any kind of trip away, I try to unplug from the grid too. That's kind of my thing.
Which is a
That's
very good
fair.
habit.
That's a
No,
great
definitely
habit.
do that. I just haven't gone out enough to do that kind of stuff either.
Yeah, that's just me. Right now, Judge is doing vocal exercises, I assume.
That's my guess, yeah.
Yeah, Judge
Yeah.
is probably doing vocal exercises because it's stupid early for him. lurking the
is.
stream. I appreciated it. There's a
It
game.
only
Yeah.
9 in the morning for Judge.
Yeah. That is how time works.
Yes, it has been 5 minutes, so... Everybody, we're
Thanks for
finishing
coming to
the
the stream,
case.
everyone. All right. See
Welcome,
you next time.
everybody.
Hi, Judge. There you are.
Well, while we were all talking, I
Wowie
was
zowie.
busy making my drink.
Ah.
You
My
fixing yourself a
boiled
drink
water with lemon and honey this time.
and bourbon.
No, that's you.
Finishing a legacy.
damn right it
yeah,
is.
that's what I'm saying. Alright.
My voice is properly warmed up now. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it.
Oh no, mine hasn't.
Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may.
Of course, dear. Fire away. Anything for you, Milesy Smilesy, and dear sweet little tooth decay?
That's a good one.
Good opener.
Great opener. I'd appreciate it if that was the last time you called me Milesy Smilesy.
I'm not a fan of tooth decay either. Well, you'll just have to like it or lump it. I can't change a nickname once I've settled on it. Well, I guess we tried.
Amazing. How wonderful. What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seem to be some pretty specialized items in use. Light-emitting devices, luminous fabrics.
Oh, I can tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave them to Moody Judy. It was my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I bought her 4 lovely new salt lamps, and I gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest. Wow, that's super generous of you. Well, us girls have to do our best, don't we? Not everybody understands, of course.
Oh, that had better not be a dick at me, Delish. I told you how kind I thought that was.
Yes,
Shit.
back when you were a dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. What happened to you, eh? A dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. Mr. Fender? I can't quite picture that, I have to say.
So these decorations, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct?
Yep, salt lamps, glowing fabric, light-emitting doodads, the whole bit.
There were 4 luminous cloths in use in the autumn wing. But I'm sure I saw another one somewhere.
I'm not lying! Oh, it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it.
What is she looking for?
Oh, that's not it. And that's not it.
That cloth looks familiar. Maybe I should jog her memory with something so Miss Scone will tell us more.
I was, about to take a sip of my drink.
And then that's the moment Fender comes on screen.
Yes.
Yeah, just roll with it.
You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Scone? Albeit a somewhat grimier one.
Oh, grimy! How rude! You won't get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man!
Shall I call it a dish towel, then? Perhaps you used it to wipe up some sort of spillage.
A spillage, he says! The cheek! That's a piece of highly specialized luminous cloth. Oh, I probably shouldn't have told you that.
I think I'd like to know a little more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Why didn't you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag?
Oh, well, I suppose there's no point hiding it now, is there? If you must know, I fished it out of the fountain. It was right before they called me into the autumn wing.
So Larry's sketch of Miss Scone is of when she was trying to retrieve the cloth.
At first, I thought it was one of the ones I'd given Moody Judy.
One of the 4 you'd given to the gallery, correct?
Exactly. But all 4 were being used in the autumn wing, weren't they? So I realized it must be the one that went missing all those years ago. I'd already had my Infesticide Ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. If one of my cloths turned out to have been used in some sort of dastardly deed too, well, I was going to look guilty as sin, wasn't I? So I kept it hidden in my bag and hoped for the best.
I see.
Oh, it does feel good to get it off my chest, though. Stress is no good for the complexion.
So the cloth that disappeared 18 years ago, the one that the victim was wrapped in, just happens to reappear in the fountain at the same time as the body. Odd.
Making poison gas.
Miss Scone, you're something of a specialist. How might someone learn to make the poison gas that was used in the attack, Any ideas?
Well, any pharmacist who's ever handled Infesticide Ultra would know for a start. After all, it says it right there on the label. Do not mix with products containing ubiquium, ever!
But what about a layperson? It's unlikely they'd know, wouldn't you say?
I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they'd had a nose through the Ultimate Cookbook anyway.
The prize from the contest 18 years ago.
The recipe for making Infesticide Ultra, along with the not mixing ubiquium bit, is in there, you know.
So you're familiar with the contents of the book?
Oh yes, dear. I know it inside out. Because I work for the Tangaroa Group, you see. They're the company behind Cold Killer X. I'm sure you've heard of it.
Cold Killer X. Bites back sniffles and sneezes with ease. Apparently.
After Sammy Poople was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. But they only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course.
Which means Miss Scone is one of these elites, I suppose.
Hi, Casper. See you later. Is there anything else that we should present to her?
Have you read the Ultimate Cookbook, Miss Scone?
Of course I have. I am a pharmacist, you know, even if I do wear a big pink hat. I think it's so cool you're a pharmacist. Well, so do I, dearie. So do I. Oh, aren't you a sweetheart, my little tooth decay?
Since when were you interested in pharmaceuticals?
So I get my magic, Mr. Edgeworth. Butter interrupts, so she'll do what I want. Anyway, Miss Scone, Delisha, I was wondering if we could maybe... No! How many times, you cheeky little imp? Once your name's decided, I can't change it. Oh, dang. So much for the sneaky approach. Oh, what kind of creep thief am I?
Not a very good one.
Damn!
This is mean as hell.
Oh, look at that! A picture of silly old May!
That's right. You seem to have caught the artist's eye.
You mean lovely Laurie Lambkin? I'll have to have a word with him and say thanks.
Well, I'll be glad to introduce you.
And there's the evil smirk. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else. Did we get any more logic? No.
No.
So what do we do?
We didn't even get any information out of her. It was, like, worth it.
No, we got that one piece of logic. Go away.
Eh.
Sorry, that was mean. It's a sculpture of a brave warrior battling against a serpent. Did Paul Halik make this one too, Mr. Edgeworth?
He did. It seems he was fascinated by fantasy and mythology when he was a young man. This piece embodies the tragic yet gritty determination of the young as they face an impossible situation. It's called the math test.
Talk about relatable.
I hate math.
That's good, because math hates you.
What the fuck?
It's a man with a moon-shaped head and a woman with a sun-shaped head.
Bitch ass math?
The man's got a real pained look in his eyes, though. Is this another Paul Halik piece?
Yes, from his younger years, when he was something of a dreamer. He depicted those closest to him by means of a motif taken from nature. The piece is titled, My Parents.
Guess the mom's shone the brightest in that house. Oh, you're talking about this. Roses. Tulips. Whoops. Those are tulips by the door, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, it leads to the spring wing.
Ah, spring. A popular time to move house, which makes it open season for great thieves.
Housebreaking is a little beneath a great thief, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Why is there a lift cart just sitting out in the open?
I guess somebody must have been moving something heavy.
The top of the platform seems to be wet.
Dirt!
You know, I've got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before.
You mean
And I'm trying
like...
to every time I take a sip.
You mean like 18 years ago?
Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. I last saw it in Frost's room.
And they're staying hydrated. And so should you.
That's sour. Oh my god, that's sour. Hey, he must have used it to move the ice sculpture around. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angle. If you had one of these, you could move giant lumps of ice around, no sweat.
How about the platform is wet?
Just think of the possibilities. I could really use one of these.
Still doesn't explain what it's doing here, though. Bit of a head scratcher, but we should give it a think, yeah?
Indeed.
Yeah.
After all, it just might have something to do with our case. Are you still sipping tea?
Yeah?
They put sunflowers by the door. Nice.
A fitting adornment for the entrance to the summer wing, I suppose.
Summer is also vacation time. And every great thief knows that means tourists with bulging wallets.
Pickpocketing, Kay? Isn't that a little beneath a great thief?
Yeah, maybe you're right.
So what are we missing here?
It's a selection of trophies won by Paul Halik, or rather, Artie Frost. Evidently, he was a very well-respected artist.
Oh, you've got one too, Mr. Edgeworth. So it's about time I won one too. Guess I'll have to find some thieving contest to enter. Or you could set something up. Something with a nice ceremony at the end, all that.
Yes, followed by a swift round of arrests.
Sif!
Mr. Winner, was very clear that you were only allowed to investigate in this room. So I'm afraid I can't let you pass. Sorry, sir.
It wouldn't make much difference if you did, officer. You're standing in front of a wall.
Oh, but we all know that if you bricks won't stop you, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, sir.
Wow, he actually sounds kind of scared of you.
Just what kind of reputation do I have down at the precinct? A bad one. It seems the elevator is only accessible to select individuals.
I wonder what's upstairs.
Among other things, the medical room. That's where Mr. Gusto is being treated.
I hope he's alright. We've got some questions that need answering as soon as he wakes up.
Since there's no way of knowing when that might be, we should explore other avenues in the meantime.
What are
So no
we
joke,
missing?
I stuttered the first word, and then I lucked out so hard because that character stutters. I'm so
Let's go!
lucky.
No. What are you
Thank
talking
you.
about? That was completely intentional.
What are we missing?
Can we logic anything?
If they find ubiquitous in that teapot, is that it for Miss Bound? She seems way too nice to hurt anybody.
You mustn't judge a book by its cover, Kay. Though I too have my doubts. I should talk to Fender and Miss Scone and see what they have to say on the matter.
So is there something else that we need to say to... Oh, we have to talk to Fender.
We talk to Fender? Yeah.
Judy Bound.
Judy Bound. Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is Miss Bound?
Huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you've got a thing for her, Malster.
I do not.
Chill. I'm just yanking your chain. Anyway, what can I say about Judes? Well, she's a real brave trooper for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years like that, like she has for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place.
What? They threw her out.
Yep, Jude wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She had nothing, nobody, and no job after Samson took the fall. So she had no choice but to take what he'd taught her and make her own way to showbiz. She's retired from all that now, though.
Yes. Why did she retire?
She finally made enough money to buy the whole place back. She even got the ultimate cookbook back from the Tangaroa group after they basically stole it.
Finally, new logic.
Guess this place and everything to do with it all she cared about anyway. So she just wanted it back, all of it.
Fender seems very sympathetic to Miss Bound's plight. But from a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything of Mr. Tangaroa's for herself.
That's kind of a dark way to look at it. Oh.
The ultimate cookbook contained instructions on how to create the poison gas, and the current owner of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound.
No way. You mean Scone!
I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she's been lying to us. How?
A great screenshot out of context. Poison gas incident.
What kinds of pharmaceutical recipes are in the Ultimate Cookbook?
Oh, there are so many. It would take a while to go through them all. But if you really want to know, well then let's start the show. It's all the same. What do we do? It was like, oh, we need to talk to her. But what? Oh, maybe we need to talk to them?
No? Do you mind, Mr. Winner? You're in my way. Bitch.
Yo.
About the case.
We've learned a lot about our case and about IS-7 too.
Perhaps. And yet the truth remains shrouded in an impenetrable mist.
You still don't have enough evidence to pierce the fog. In that case, we'll just have to look for some more.
That won't be necessary, Kay. I have all the information I need. Now it's just a matter of logically piecing it together in order to illuminate the truth.
Sounds good to me. Have at it, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, so do logic. But we did logic, so now what?
We literally can't do logic. It says, now prove it to her, so maybe we can present something to her? Question
Alright,
mark.
let's keep presenting stuff until we find something interesting. The hunt is on.
The truth will come out.
But I don't know what that's about.
I guess we're going to find out.
I inadvertently stumbled onto the set of Cake Crimes the Musical or something.
What was that?
Got him.
Have I actually stumbled onto Joker Folie à Deux?
Folie à Deux? Or should I say Folie à Trois?
Oh my! Is that me?
Yes, it was painted by the so-called artist over there.
It's wonderfully drawn. Would you mind if I kept it?
I'm sorry, Miss Bound. I'm afraid it's an important piece of evidence.
Oh, I see. That's a shame.
I suppose Larry's charm is something of a talent if he can impress a gallery owner with sketches like these.
What the?
Because it's really good!
I mean, yeah, like objectively, it is.
He wouldn't
it is
acknowledge
good.
it, though.
Alright, I don't want to spend too long here, so I'm gonna look it up.
Walkthrough.
Aster's just gonna give it a good deep think.
She's gonna give it a deep clean.
She's just gonna look at a website that's unrelated to this game and really think about it.
Hold on, what are we missing?
Wow.
We're missing something in this investigation.
The answer.
Okay.
Alright.
Oh!
What? Did we not finish here? Do we have to do... This be related to the evidence somehow? Oh my god, yeah, we didn't point out the contradiction in the fucking sketch!
Yeah, we never
It was
did.
blue!
Or it's green, but
Larry,
yeah.
could I ask you something about your sketches?
Fascinated by the work of the great Laurice Dunham, huh? It's the composition, right?
Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth.
Oh, whoops.
You painted that exactly as you saw it, correct?
I already told you! Everything is exactly as I saw it!
But the tablecloth on the card here in this room was white.
Wow! Your head's so full of crazy theories, the simple stuff just passes you right by, huh?
What's that look for?
Listen, just before I drew the sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the cart with a tea set on it, okay? What kind of business? That's right. It was the hiding the pieces of the teapot I smashed kind.
That's nothing to boast about!
Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up when Judy came to the winter wing. I didn't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so I quickly dove out of sight.
Wait, Miss Bound came out of the Winter Wing?
Yeah, and she was pushing a cart, a different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on it I drew.
And what did she do with this second serving cart?
Well, I saw her wheel it into the summer wing, but I don't know what happened after that. When she came out, she was pushing one of those other carts, the kind you can lift stuff with.
A lift cart?
Yeah! So I called out to her and she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as a shy type, but I guess it goes to show, you never know!
Another serving cart. And a lift cart.
There may be another tea set, too.
We'd better check with Miss Bound. Why
See you
did
later,
Kay
Eileen.
slowly rotate like that? Did you see that?
Because we were facing the wrong way than she was, I guess.
Huh. Let's see. Are there 2 serving carts here at the gallery, Miss Bound?
Oh, yes? Why do you ask?
A certain so-called artist showed us this sketch. I couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth. It's light blue.
Light blue. I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken.
Your friend?
I'm afraid your friend. I only use white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched.
Like the perfect wrinkle-free one on the cart here in the fountain room, right?
Exactly. If I saw so much as a blemish, I would replace it right away.
Could the color of the tablecloth in the sketch simply be a mistake on Larry's part? Do you have any idea of what you might have been doing when this sketch was drawn?
Let me see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties.
I'd like to ask you a little more about these duties, if I may. What exactly were you doing when this sketch was drawn? Because from what I can see, your cart doesn't have a tea set on it.
I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers.
Aw, now I'm jealous. I love chocolate.
Well, there were a few left over, so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them.
Woohoo! Thanks, Miss Bound.
Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in a pocket. Wahoo.
They're super sweet. I love them.
I'm very glad to hear it.
They may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. But perhaps they could do with a little less sugar.
And that's what we needed.
It, yeah!
We did it.
This game is so easy.
Literally.
And that's that. All that's left now is to await the results of the tests on the teapot.
To be continued.
Okay, you can't say you need it. You can't need a strategy guide and also say a game is easy.
Okay,
No,
but
it was easy.
I'm just putting my foot down.
No, it was easy. Relax.
But I got the premium strategy guide!
Do you?
Shut up. Back to your cage.
Listen,
Back to your cage.
back to the
No,
van.
sorry, I have a line.
What the fuck?
Shh.
Yeah,
But I mean-
the test results just came in, sir.
I mean, it's also worth keeping in mind that, like, I would have taken more time to, like, try and figure it out, but
Right,
also we're
yeah.
streaming, so I don't want to spend too long.
No. It wasn't a serious comment. Traces of ubiquitum were found in the teapot.
They were?
Just like Mr. Edgeworth said.
Curse you! You better not think this means you beat me!
You really need to drop this obsession with coming in first, Mr. Winner. We're all on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth.
What? But first is best! Everybody knows it's better to be a winner than a loser!
That's really no way for a prosecutor to think. Not a successful one, anyway.
But I...
Oh boy.
Enough. Mr. Edgeworth, please refrain from taunting the boy. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention. But Gavel! Oh, alright. Why don't I take care of things here for now? In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim. Oh, yeah, good idea. I'll be right back. Excellent. We shall see you shortly then.
Mr. Winner's annoying, but totally harmless. Judge Gavel, on the other hand.
Now, Miss Bound, perhaps you could explain why traces of ubiquium were found in your teapot? I had no idea there was anything like that in there. Perhaps it's one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I use? So you are telling the court that you did not intentionally put ubiquium in the teapot? Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today, I had no idea it could even be used to make poison gas.
You're a trained actress, are you not, Miss Bound? I'd have thought you would be a more convincing liar.
What do you mean?
You have access to the Ultimate Cookbook, correct? A book that just happens to contain instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning it's perfectly possible for you to know exactly how to make it.
You're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Bound, is what Mr. Edgeworth said true? The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. But the fact that I have seen it doesn't make me guilty. Can I ask exactly how the gas was triggered? The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid of one of the display cases, thereby melting the ubiquium. I see. But he locked himself in the room too, didn't he? Surely that, and the fact that he triggered it himself, wouldn't it point to it being a suicide attempt?
So she's not willing to admit to anything.
Furthermore, where would I have gotten hold of the Infesticide Ultra?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps you stole it?
You know, I did bump into Moody Judy a week or so ago. In that very evening, I noticed my Infesticide Ultra had gone missing. Judy, surely you didn't.
Talisha, you carry your bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been any number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you.
That's true. And I don't have any hard evidence that it definitely was Miss Bound who stole it.
Judes! Judes! There's clearly something you're not telling us. Why don't you just come clean, We all know you'd never hurt somebody for no reason, so...
Oh, not you too! You think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender!
Can you blame me? We've got one wing disguised as another, a gas trap in one of the display cases, and you're the proprietor of the establishment. It's looking a lot like you did it, kiddo.
You've got this all wrong. You have to remember, the gallery doesn't have any security cameras, nor any security personnel. If some ill-intentioned person or other wanted to get in undetected, I don't think they'd have much of a problem.
Wow, you're practically asking to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. A great thief could have a field day in here.
And I don't think she's joking.
And actually, it seems that Mr. Gusto did, in fact, enter the gallery before it opened.
Judy's one tough cookie. She's not budging an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day.
And what technique might that be?
So, hear me out.
Hear me out. Megan Fox.
Everything's connected to... wow, that's so stunning and brave of a taste.
Oh, you're so bad for that, bro.
So, hear me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years back, right? And since we're not even getting anywhere by focusing only on the here and now, maybe we ought to approach this from a different angle and look to the past for clues instead. You see, I got a time machine here.
Turnabout in thinking. So my father used this method as well.
Alright, let's run this through the old Thinkatron. How was Jude's involved in what happened back then?
According to Miss Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's flavored ice sculpture melted. And yet, his sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she... Thank you, Fender. I think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now.
Don't thank me, thank your pops. Now, take it away, Milesy. I'll grab the popcorn.
Miss Bound. You say that you were the one who caused Mr. Frost's creation to melt 18 years ago, correct?
I am afraid so. I was young and foolish, and it was a terrible accident.
And yet, what you did allowed you to open this exhibit, no?
What do you mean? Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If you are going to ask such questions, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best?
Yes, perhaps it might. I'd like to know a little more about Zodiac Hall. Don't mind me as I dig into this bag of chips.
No, it's me, Miles.
I'm particularly
seeing some popcorn right now.
It's the popcorn.
I'm particularly hungry.
Yeah.
Might I steal some?
Yeah, go Miles! Sure, here you go.
Thank you. Very little butter. And about
Trying
why
to watch
Miss
my
Bound
diet.
decided to dedicate this space to Mr. Frost's works.
Very well. If you believe it to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind? Not at all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent.
Welcome in, Kendra.
Then please, if you could give us some background on Zodiac Hall and the pieces on display here. It took 18 years, but at long last, I was finally able to buy Samson's home back a little while ago. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many Paul Halik pieces as I could from around the world. Because, if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work. Thank you for your testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful it is that you were able to fulfill your dream. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, everything seems entirely above board to me.
Judge Gavel, that was simply the witness's preliminary statement. As you surely know, the value of that testimony cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination.
Spoken like a true attorney. Very well. You may do what you must.
So, a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. Okay. What are you thinking, Ren? To that end, I collected as many Paul Halik pieces as I could from around the world. Because if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work.
This is strange to me. This line in particular is strange to me because, you know, she melted the pieces.
So press this, maybe? I don't think we can, like, directly, like, counteract whatever she's saying in one thing. Tell me more about this dream of yours, Miss Bound.
Well, what I really wanted was to open a gallery with Samson, of course. Oh, so pretty. A gallery of dance, a gallery of song, a gallery of gaiety and candy all day long. That was the idea, anyway.
And here I thought art was to be appreciated in silence, not accompanied by musical numbers.
Alas, Mr. Tangaroa transgressed against the edicts of the goddess of justice, and as such that part of your dream may go permanently unfulfilled. No! Samson he's innocent! That awful prosecutor refused to listen, but it's true! He'd never hurt anybody!
Mr. Tangaroa gave a false confession in order to protect Miss Bound. The two of them really did what they could to protect one another, didn't they? Sculptures in the Winter Wing weren't replicas. They're the very ones from 18 years ago. I need to show her I'm aware of that, or I'll never get to the truth. Okay, press the third one also. Like,
Yeah.
Paul Halik, yeah. Paul Halik. That was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct?
Yes, he adopted it while he was working as a sculptor in France.
I see. I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection. More specifically, how you were able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculptures. It was my understanding that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them.
Yes, I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures he made.
Really? Perhaps you could go into some more detail on that?
I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures he made.
Based on the photos, but we know they're not the photos. Or we know that they're not based off of it. We know that they literally are it. The Gemini. No, you just the Gemini case thingy on the second page. Ben, take a page. That one. And the melted contents of the Gemini case.
It's the same.
It's the same. Therefore, we prove that it wasn't just based off of the
It's the same, yeah.
photos, yeah. I'm afraid you've run out of road, Miss Bound. You can lie all you like, but you can't deny the results of the tests conducted on the sculpture's remains. And those tests leave no room for ambiguity. What you had on display weren't replicas. They were the very statues Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago!
Oh, I can probably help explain how they worked it out if you like, dear. It's the sugar, you see. You might think sugar is sugar is sugar, but the composition is actually very unique. You could probably recreate the statues, but the sweet secrets of their chemical makeup, no chance.
Thank you, Miss Scone. I don't recall asking for her help, but still. To put it simply, the statues didn't disappear back then because they'd melted. They disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for these 18 long years.
What?
Miles, have you seen Spirited Away?
It's a pretty good movie.
How would you know?
What?
I haven't seen Spirited Away.
She kept a pair of flavored ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time?
Shit. It's not the most out there idea in the world, assuming you had a big enough icebox.
Quiet, all of you. Miss Bound, have you anything to say in your defense? So you've already learned that much. Should I take that to mean you admit to have hidden the flavored ice sculptures in question? No, I admit to no such thing. You haven't proven that I was the one who took those statues away. And you won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. The police were already here when they disappeared. How could I have done it without them noticing?
Oh, indeed. I don't yet know exactly how you did it, but I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them away.
You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edgeworth?
I am indeed, and I won't stop until I get to the truth.
I see. Then I'd better tell you exactly what I did that day, 18 years ago.
Ooh.
The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridge for Samson. But before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody present. That was when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room. And those were my movements on the day it all happened. I hardly see how you could take issue with any of that.
That's for us to decide, Miss Bound.
Are you saying there's a contradiction in her story, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm more focused on proving the fact that she did indeed steal those statues. The question is, when she would have had the opportunity to do so. If I can pinpoint that, I might be able to prove what exactly she got up to.
Man, this is so awesome, though, because, like, we never really found out exactly what happened during the IS-7 incident. So it's kind of cool that, like, Miles is unraveling his father's last case here.
I love this.
During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridge for Samson. So wasn't there something up with this?
You can press it. Hold it! Were you the only one who was able to move around freely during the judging?
Well, I wouldn't say freely exactly, but I was able to move around more easily than the contestants, yes. Even so, I could hardly have spirited the sculptures away while Samson was standing right there, could I? And I ran straight off to change the film as soon as he asked me. I wouldn't have had time.
So changing the film and the camera as requested by Mr. Tangaroa. Was this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures? I want to check the others.
So, alright, we can come back to this.
Yeah. That can't have been the moment she did it. I'd better listen carefully to what she says.
But before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body.
When your father arrived. That could have been it. She could have been hiding it underneath the, under the tablecloth.
Ooh.
Just as you did today.
Yes, I went around and offered everybody working on the investigation a cup of tea.
Present company included. I remember it well. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere with that little cart of yours.
Interesting. And did anything strike you as strange around that time?
Oh yeah! Gregory was singing the praises of Judy's tea, and I think he mentioned his saucer was cold.
His saucer was cold.
This is
the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures?
Yes.
Miss Bound, I believe this was when you stole the sculptures!
I hate to contradict you, but the fountain room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Fender included. Are you suggesting that I somehow got the sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room, right under everyone's noses?
That is precisely what I'm suggesting. Miss Bound stole these ice sculptures. She did it by hiding them here, in the tablecloth.
In the cart.
In the cart,
in the cart.
My father and Fender had no idea that one of the sculptures was mere inches away from them. Because it wasn't just a tea set you were pushing around, Miss Bound, but a hidden ice sculpture in a glass case.
Surely such a thing would have been impossible. How would a case of that size fit on a serving cart? It would have been spotted immediately.
Who said anything about a serving cart?
Oh, I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you suggesting she used instead?
The lift cart. I'm suggesting the Miss Bound use this to transport the sculptures.
Take that!
And this is?
The cart that Miss Bound used to move the flavored ice sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago. And it would appear that the very same cart is still here with us, in this fountain room.
We originally bought it for use in the contest. And you're saying that Miss Bound loaded Mr. Frost's sculptures onto this cart and carried them off? Babes, I'm trying so hard with these two.
Yeah, I know. I am. As you can imagine, all one would need to do is lay a case on its side, add a tablecloth, and it would look exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculptures around freely.
Can it be?
Holy moly, of course! That's why the sauces were so chilly! They were sitting on top of a big block of ice! Judes, how could ya?
Impressive. Then again, you are Mr. Gregory Edgeworth's son. I should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I stole the sculptures all those years ago now. And yet, I knew that no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion. So you admit it? You admit that you stole them from Mr. Frost's room? Yes, I do. I took those sculptures and their glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. As Mr. Edgeworth correctly deduced, I had dressed up the lift cart as a serving cart to do it, and slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everybody. In the end, I'd removed not only the sculptures, but the flavored ice zodiac blocks as well.
Zodiac blocks? I feel like I've seen them for myself before. There's a huge block of ice on display here. It must be incredibly heavy. Though, maybe not, what with it being hollow on the inside. If the Winter Ring really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's room from 18 years ago, then, even though my father never saw them because they'd already melted, the Zodiac blocks must have been in the victim's room back then as well.
When I'd finished moving the 2 ice sculptures and the 2 Zodiac blocks out, I took 2 fresh, empty cases to Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original 2 had been. Only the sculptures had been kept in glass cases, you see, to prevent them from being damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. As stated in the contest rules, we were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases.
Meaning it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares she swapped in.
Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavored iceworks in progress. I figured if I melted them down somehow, the resulting puddle would look like it came from the sculptures. And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the Winter Wing today.
I have to say, Mr. Edgeworth, that's quite the confession.
Indeed. I think she offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we can do with it.
That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you?
What? How do you figure that?
Oh my! I would have thought you might know at least this much, given we're at a crime scene. I suggest you memorize the various statutes of limitations outlined in this book.
What the fuck?
Statues of what?
Statutes of limitations. Simply put, Kay, prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. Let's take a closer look, shall we?
I was worried that Miles didn't know what that was.
Nah, the statute of limitations is relevant in mainline as well.
Okay.
So it's different for every crime. Murder, 15 years. Theft, 7 years. Huh?
Yes. Miss Bounds stole the ice sculptures 18 years ago. So it's too late to have her arrested for that crime.
I don't believe it.
Theft is a serious matter, especially when it involves the removal of evidence from a crime scene. However, as you yourself just pointed out, Miss Bound can no longer be prosecuted for her crime, rendering your revelation rather pointless. Wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth?
I wouldn't be so sure about that. For you see, the theft of the ice sculptures isn't my principal interest here. I find the body that reappeared 18 years after the theft to be of considerably more interest.
Are you suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body?
I am indeed.
But how do you keep a body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding it?
By hiding it in a very unusual way.
Ooh, now this is interesting.
Are you telling me that you know where the body has been for all this time, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's not such a big leap if you think about what Miss Bound has already told us. Let's just say it wasn't just flavored ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then.
Very well. If you are confident in this claim, let us put it to the test. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden? I have no idea.
If she was in... Was it in the winter room?
There's only so many locations, right?
What?
Yeah,
winter room.
Yeah.
Because, like,
I mean, it
if
has to be
she exited
in-
there, then maybe...
I mean, it has to be in the gallery. So-
Could it have been in, the winter room? Could it be was it Pisces statue? Or the Gemini? The Gemini, is that why it was bleeding?
I mean,
Winter room
this
photo.
this is the Gemini statue, isn't it?
The
Oh,
left
from
one
all
would
those
be.
years ago.
Yeah, this is Pisces.
Try that one. Okay, sorry, I meant Gemini.
So this one?
The sketch.
Yep.
What?
The photo or the sketch?
Just look at the photo. The photo.
The photo.
Generic enough.
A photograph of Mr. Frost's works.
And of the victim's body, Your Honor.
You will have to forgive me, but I don't see what you mean.
It's too generic.
Where exactly in this photograph is Mr. Frost's body?
It's in the cloak.
Hiding right here.
Here, right?
That's the corpse.
Yeah.
The Gemini sculpture.
Yes, it may look like a sculpture at first glance, but it is in fact Mr. Frost's corpse!
Surely you can't be serious. I don't see anything in the photograph to support such a wild claim.
That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight.
And what piece of evidence might
The
that be?
cloth!
The cloth. So we shared Larry's sketch, right?
No.
What? The cloth?
We have the cloth in our fucking...
Oh, the
We have the
luminous
cloth.
cloth.
Yeah, the luminous cloth.
Yes, the luminous cloth. What'd you think?
I thought the sketch that, or not the cloth that she had on the table, or not the table, but on the cart, the blue one.
Yeah, that would be the luminous cloth.
That is? Okay, whatever. One of the cloths from in the autumn wing.
Yes. When it's made to glow in just the right way, it's so visually convincing you might mistake it for ice.
Oh.
Isn't that right, Miss Scone?
Well, yes, dear.
Oh, the music changed.
But you can make it look like just about anything, really. Even blazing fire. And the right shade of blue would make it look like ice, yes? Exactly like it, in fact.
Oh yeah, any color in the whole wide world. Is it not the case that a certain special device is needed to generate these colors, though?
If you would care to take another look at the photograph of the winter wing, Your Honor, you'll notice there's a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display case.
Oh, that's...
One of the very light-emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case, which means Miss Bound had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. So you see, this cloth and the light-emitting device were being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was, in fact, a statue carved from ice.
No! This can't be!
Wait, so you're telling us that when we took a look at that photo... God damn it.
Are you okay?
I'm just stretching.
Bender's on the
Wait,
bender.
so you're telling us that when we took that photo of us in the winter wing...
Yes, we were standing right in front of the body.
That's fucked up, man.
But the body and the cloth were both recovered from the fountain. Why were they found there if the body was supposed to be in the winter wing, disguised as a sculpture?
Because there would have been no mystery as to how the body had been hidden if we had found it as is. Miss Bound needed to remove Mr. Frost from the winter wing in order to throw us off the scent.
Ridiculous. I don't recall her sneaking around behind our backs to throw a body in the fountain.
No, and she didn't need to, because she had another method at her disposal. Her trusty lift cart. The same cart that had proved so useful in executing her original theft. I believe she wheeled the body into one of the other wings and floated it down the stream to the fountain. The frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way, which is why only the cloth appeared at first. The cloth Miss Scone discovered.
And then the body followed afterwards once thought enough. Hold it! It's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edgeworth. But can you prove that it was me? It seems a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusations without proof, don't you think?
What about an eyewitness? Do you think someone might have spotted her when she was moving the body?
As a matter of fact, I do. And the contradiction in the piece of evidence I was provided will shed light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any evidence to support your allegation?
Of course. I have a piece of very compelling proof right here.
Then please present it to the court. What evidence do you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claim?
Okay, take a look at the... talking about, like, moving the body. My mind goes to the... Can you look at the sketch?
Oh yeah, it is the sketch. So something that you'll notice in the sketch that I noticed immediately. Look at his skirt.
You're right. Wait, it's missing the... It's missing part of the
white thing.
Yeah, the white thing.
More drawings. And is that me?
Yes, Mr. Butts drew sketches of people as they passed through the fountain room. But what I'm interested in is the cart we can see here.
Miss Bound's serving cart, what about it?
You don't see it? She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Ergo, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when this picture was being drawn.
What? Hold it. If I may, I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. All I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone.
Really? Then allow me to direct your attention to the color of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. I'd originally thought that Mr. Butts had made an error, but he's assured me that couldn't possibly be the case.
This tablecloth appears to be light blue.
Yes, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath.
But the shape of the card is perfectly rectangular, just as one would expect. Surely it would be immediately obvious if the tablecloth was being draped directly over the body.
Not if the body had been placed inside one of the hollow zodiac blocks in the winter wing. Place one of those on the lift cart and it'd easily pass muster as... Pass muster? What the fuck is that phrase? And it'd easily pass muster as a regular serving cart, wouldn't you agree?
Goddess of justice!
Miss Bound, surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body, just as you did 18 years ago?
I didn't expect you to deduce all that from a single, simple sketch. But that sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, is it?
You needn't worry on that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Butts' artwork. Once you had disposed of the body, your serving cart became a simple lift cart once more, which is exactly what we discovered here in the fountain room.
Oh, it was wet.
And without a serving cart, you had to find some place to put your chocolates.
My chocolates? The ones I was handing out?
As we saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cart, but the chocolates you gave us came from your pocket.
Oh yeah, mine was half melted. It was still super sweet and tasty though.
Why did you suddenly feel the need to put the chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound? It was because you no longer had a serving cart to put them on. That's why.
One moment, please. You have explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolates in the lift cart. But what about the tablecloth? Where did it go?
Indeed. If stashing the chocolates in her pocket was the only solution she could think of, I doubt Miss Bound had the time to dispose of an entire tablecloth.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an answer for me?
Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here in front of us.
Perhaps you would care to enlighten us? Where exactly is the tablecloth Miss Bound used to hide the body?
On Miss Bound's person.
She's wearing it.
Miss Bound has the tablecloth on her person. And in plain view, in fact.
In plain view? No! Surely you don't mean...
Miss Bound. It's the cloth around your waist, isn't it? And given that the zodiac blocks weren't kept in glass cases, that cloth would have been in direct contact with the ice. All we would need to do is to confirm my theory is test the cloth for traces of the sugar used in Mr. Frost's work. I don't know why that line was so difficult for me. The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to come clean.
You won't need to test the tablecloth. Everything you said is true. I stole Delicia's Infesticide Ultra, and I moved Mr. Frost's body. It was me. It was all me. Delicia, I'm so sorry. Last week, I went into your bag and I took it. And then, I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he had tried to do himself in. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected foul play.
Judy, you... Oh gosh. Judge.
But Jutes, why? Weren't we supposed to be on the same side of all fighting together to free Samson?
We were, but I couldn't afford to get arrested. Not yet. Not until I had finally proven that Samson is innocent. I always planned to give myself up in the end, I swear. I know it's easy to say that now, but...
Why do it this way, though? It's not like you...
I'm sorry, Mr. Fender. I've caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along, ever since that day 18 years ago. Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in the IS-7 incident was you? I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures, and I sold them for purely selfish reasons. The moment Mr. Frost died, they became more than mere entries in a confectionery contest. They became the final works of Samson's favorite artist. I couldn't allow them to just melt away, not before he came home. And that meant I couldn't let anybody near them, not even the police. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I just had to. I put them in the cold storage room for safekeeping. But what I'd actually done was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posing as one of the sculptures?
So she didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures.
Samson is a kind man, a saint. He could never kill anybody, never! And yet, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body, and Samson was found guilty! After all he'd done for me, he was my family! The only family I've ever had! He was the most important person in the entire world to me, and
Jutes.
After his conviction, I was forced out of our home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago, and when I did, I went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculptures, and that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body. It had been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, the statute of limitations had expired. So I did what I did today, because it was the only way I could think of to make things right.
It seems I've misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has all been for Mr. Tangaroa's sake.
Hey, what are you thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth?
Something that's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? And why disguise the autumn wing as the winter wing? The only reason I can think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago.
Yeah. I wonder what she had in mind.
If she was trying to prove that Mr. Tangaroa is innocent, Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to find the true killer, surely. Would she have been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit?
Oh, because that person would try to go for the body.
Exactly. Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangaroa cleared of all charges, correct? And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew that the body was hidden in the icework.
So they would have freaked out thinking the body was about to be discovered and come running, yeah?
Exactly. But Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might successfully cover their tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might even have been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So, how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without putting vital evidence at risk?
Oh, I see where you're getting at. You're saying that's why the autumn wing was all winter wingy.
I am. You were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? That whoever opened the Pisces case you had so carefully disguised as the Gemini case would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident.
It's Gusto!
No.
But that would mean the real killer was...
Enough! Not another word! Do you realize the implications of what you are saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusation you are clearly about to make?
Miss Bound set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught in that trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. But I lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done lightly. So, should I really go ahead and make my accusation and name Mr. Frost's killer nonetheless?
Make the accusation!
My ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed. And to do that, I need to seize the moment. Yes, Judge Gavel, I am prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who is to blame for the IS-7 incident.
Take that! He's 54? Wow. Age 4.
Old ass bitch.
Oh yeah, he's like totally gray now. Mr. Gusto. The victim of the poison gas attack is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident?
Gusty?
What? Mr. Gusto.
Gusto.
Whatever we're calling him today. Miss Bound, as we have established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would lure in the real culprit, and you set up the poison gas trap in order to catch them. Do you dispute the facts thus far?
You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edgeworth. Just like your father. And of course, you're absolutely right.
Then perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words?
Of course. I have nothing to hide anymore. So I might as well tell you everything. As you said, I set a trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. Before we opened, I made sure that the door to the Autumn Wing was the only one that was unlocked. When opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors of the various rooms, and found that the Autumn Wing had been locked from the inside. The killer is on the other side of the door. The thought, well, it frightened me.
And then she simply walked away, leaving him to Sorry, my eyes. Oh my god, my ears. Leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap.
When I heard that Mr. Gusto was being treated for gas inhalation, that's when I knew he was the murderer. All that was left was for the police to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Samson would finally be proven innocent. At least, that was my plan.
Judes, why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always here for you, right? We could have found another way. It didn't have to be like this.
Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've been so very kind to me all these years. But I'm the one who created this mess, so it was up to me to try and clean it up. I didn't care what it took, as long as I could get Samson out of that awful place.
Judy.
18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body had gone missing. If I went to them now and said it had reappeared, I was afraid they might have tried to cover things up again. So I worked to set off a very public incident here in the gallery, as front of as many witnesses as possible.
I'm so sorry, Judy. You, Samson, Gregory, I let you all down.
Fender. This can't be easy for him.
Oh, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, I hope one day you can forgive me. And whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. But please, if I may ask one thing of you, it's that you simply must clear Samson's name.
The way the truth of these past 18 years had come to light was unexpected, to say the least. And yet, it had only set us down a path towards an even more shocking end.
To be continued.
Oh my god.
So I think this is the last
What
part.
fucking part is this? Like, what, part, 8, 9?
Yeah, there's a lot of parts, but they're all really short.
So this is the last part, if I remember properly.
Oh, okay. Miss Bound, are you feeling a little calmer now?
Yes.
Good. Then allow me to get to the point. Regardless of your intentions, you broke the law.
Yes, I understand.
Nevertheless, I understand that you did what you did in order to prove Mr. Tangaroa's innocence. Therefore, if the real culprit really is someone else, then we have a duty to reinvestigate the case.
overruled. There was nothing to suggest that anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident records. And right now, there is nothing to suggest that we should take Miss Bound at her word either. Respectfully, I have a lot of respect for you, ma'am, but we have just proved... We use evidence...
So much! This really is objection, nuh-uh. Fuck you,
no,
mean
literally.
nuh-uh.
Fuck you, mean nuh-uh.
Just doing her job.
Our first order of business should be to arrest the culprit of the case before us, Miss Bound herself.
Official records cannot always be trusted, Judge Gavel, especially since there are those prosecutors who would think nothing of twisting the facts.
Are you suggesting that the committee at the time overlooked just such a prosecutor?
That's for you and your people to figure out. However, it is a fact that the autopsy report was faked.
Hey, voice acting.
Yeah, we are.
Welcome in, Smile.
Seeing as Mr. Frost's body was only found just now.
There really is something of Mr. Von Karma in you, Mr. Edgeworth.
How so exactly?
By continually defying the will of the committee and bending the truth to fit your needs, that's how! Perhaps it is time you understand how the committee, sees this case. The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report. Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangaroa convicted as an accomplice. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident is Miss Bound. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder.
And this is how the committee sees things, is it?
It is. As always, I act solely in service of law and order.
It sounds to me like all she's doing is acting in service to the committee and covering up the truth. And if I can't change her mind, there will be no saving Mr. Tangaroa or Miss Bound.
Guys, hold me back. I wanna attack
Thank you,
her
Ing.
face.
You're so real.
Bound. To poison and kill was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder. Go ahead and press it. Go ahead and press that last one. I'm also like, I'm like side-eye, but like a little bit of side-eye. Why would Miss Bound have chosen to frame Mr. Gusto for the murder?
No doubt because he suspected her of being the real culprit. He may have entered what he thought was the Winter Ring simply to see if the Gemini statue was genuine. Little did he know that he would be greeted by a trap designed to silence him. A trap that nearly worked.
Do you have any evidence to support that line of reasoning?
Unfortunately, Mr. Gusto remains in critical condition. It will be difficult to prove anything until he regains consciousness. In other words, there is little we can do for now.
On the contrary, there is plenty we can do.
You still have not grasped the situation, have you? Then allow me to spell it out for you. We have all the evidence we need to explain both the IS-7 incident and the poison gas attack. We have therefore determined that there is no need to investigate either case any further. What?
Explain both the IS-7... No, we don't.
Hold it!
All the evidence you need?
In the matter of the IS-7 incident, we have a body, a murder weapon, and 2 suspects. As for the poison gas attack, we have the sources of the 2 chemicals and Miss Bound's confession. And as for you, Mr. Edgeworth, we also have enough evidence to say that you yourself will have to answer to the committee in the formal hearing.
Whoa, that doesn't sound good.
Don't worry, Mazzarino. If nothing else, you're always more than welcome at Edgeworth & Co.
Your Honor, I'd greatly appreciate it if we could stay focused on the matter at hand.
Of course. Now, where was I?
Okay, so clearly we can present something on that 5th statement.
It's gotta be this one, right? You think
There's
the 5th
no
one?
need to investigate. Yeah, I think it's this one. Just like, with all the evidence we need to explain, no. Because in the... All the IS-7 incident and the poison gas attack... there's gotta be something linking them. It's gotta be the body. You really mean to assert that there are no loose ends left to investigate? None at all.
All of the evidence has been examined at length, and there is nothing more to be learned from them. Therefore, I see no need to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant, Miss Judy Bound.
Your Honor! I'm certain there's something that still needs to be examined.
The hammer is about to fall, Mr. Edgeworth. Only hard evidence can stop it now. Present what you think requires further deliberation now. Assuming there really is anything left, that is.
This isn't over yet. Not by a long shot. Still one thing we don't have an answer to. It is up to me to point it out to Judge Gavel.
Okay,
One of those last two.
I'm thinking. So it's got to be either this or this. These are the only two things that we haven't really explained.
Probably the photo, then?
Nope, I fucked up.
Nope. Okay.
Alright, so maybe it's the... Oh, whoops. So maybe it's the frame finger marks? Did we ever establish who these belong to? Like, I don't think we ever did, because, like, Scone went into the room, but she wasn't wearing gloves, so it wasn't her.
Wait, hang on. We've therefore determined that there was no need to investigate either case any further.
So basically, the game has told us we need to present something here. Like, something else.
The Gemini sculpture? Like the blood on the Gemini sculpture?
This is true.
Is there a piece of evidence that we can, like, look into more of?
I feel like
that we can investigate.
I mean, there's
Gemini case results.
Like,
Can you look into that more?
Yeah, Gemini. Yeah, exactly. That's
look into that one more.
Case results.
Sugar composition matches that the sugar found.
I mean, we've already established that what this says is that it's the same sculpture. We've already used this piece of evidence.
Try it.
Sure.
Yumemi.
What?
What?
Okay. Judge is better at this than we are.
I'm afraid there is still one question concerning the IS-7 incident that remains unanswered, Your Honor. Would you mind taking a look at this?
What is it?
Their test results, carried out on the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in the Winter Wing. As you can see, traces of blood were detected. The question is, whose? Until that question is answered, I hardly think you can claim to have all the evidence.
There was blood in the Gemini case.
Oh.
Why did I not hear about this from Eustace?
Because Detective Gumshoe informed me of the results directly. I was planning to tell Mr. Rinner about it myself, of course.
You kept this to yourself until now, despite having no jurisdiction here whatsoever. Mark my words, the committee will hear all about what you have done here today.
As ever, my interest is in the truth. And if mistakes were made in the past, they must be rectified. If you must report me to the committee, then so be it. But in return, we must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end.
That is not my decision to make. You will need to discuss it with Eustace.
Guess who's back, losers! And with good news too!
Jesus Christ.
Hey! It's our culprit! It was a close call for a minute there, but Carmelo Gusto is alive!
Gusto.
He made it.
You're the ones who found me.
Yep. Long time no see, Gusto.
You're the attorney's assistant! You've grown! And you have an assistant of your own now? Assistant? No, I...
He hasn't got the gig just yet. This is Gregory Edgeworth's son.
Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, at your service. Fate moves in mysterious ways. I'm in your debt. If you hadn't found me in time, I wouldn't be here to thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. After all, if you hadn't lived, we wouldn't be able to ask you what really happened 18 years ago. What are you talking about?
Welcome in, Sheldon.
We figured out quite a bit while you were out cold. Including the fact that you're probably the guy who offed poor Artie Frost.
Welcome back, Yuri.
Hey, editing.
What? Is that true?
Miss Bound set up a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murderer. A trap that involved rigging the Pisces case with poison gas. Perhaps in light of that fact, you could tell us in your own words what happened back then? Or perhaps you'd rather exercise your right to remain silent.
Oh, it's not that. Gusto here's a fan of the old meditation, you know, and all that jazz.
Wow, sleeping while standing seems pretty cool. That's one heck of a talent.
Except there's no sleeping involved in meditation, Kay.
Hey, Gusto, old pal. How about you snap out of it and tell us what went down way back when?
I was caught in the girl's trap, so I must be the killer? Is this your idea of a joke? I'm the victim here!
Indeed you are, Mr. Gusto. And there is no evidence that you have done anything wrong yet. Mr. Edgeworth and Mr. Fender are merely speculating. Rest assured that they have no authority here and that you may pay them no heed.
At least somebody here seems to be on my side.
What's with all these weird noises he's making? I appreciate how
It's
you're
like
doing
it's Doom Guy in the original Doom when he like bumps up against something.
I've got a peer-reviewed study here that says...
Thank you.
Says you're a bitch.
Bro.
What do you mean you lost the baby?
Why does it sound like a budget
Go
deal?
find it.
Go find it.
Because it is.
That's very well. It's a pleasure, Mr. Gusto. I will assist you in any way you may require. Perhaps you could begin by explaining what actually happened 18 years ago to Mr. Edgeworth?
Fine. You want me to prove I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor? I'll be happy to. So this is how you mean to play it, Judge Gavel. You're hoping Mr. Gusto will help you hide what happened instead of trying to correct the record?
I believe only in the infallible judgments of the Goddess of Justice.
Except it is us humans who make the actual judgment calls in a court of law. I'm an atheist.
So real.
And so long as there are those who would use the law to their advantage, our rulings are fallible indeed. But if you would use your position to further obscure the truth, then neither she nor I will ever forgive you.
We shall see about that.
What do you advise, Judge Gavel?
It would seem that you were under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poison gas. Specifically, by opening the Pisces case's lid. Would you be so kind as to share why with us?
Understood. I came to see Frost's sculptures. Simple as that. I made a mistake with the opening times and arrived a half hour early. Miss Bound, was there no one at the reception desk at around that time?
I had left the main entrance unguarded and unlocked, just in case the killer made an appearance. I was also busy making preparations elsewhere, all the way up until the gallery's opening. So no, there was no one here on the first floor then. But I did make sure that all the wings were locked up tight, except for the autumn wing, that is.
She did all that just to steer the culprit into the autumn wing, which is precisely where Mr. Gusto went.
Sneaking into a building's pretty suspicious, however you slice it.
Silence in the courtroom! I will permit no objections or interventions unless there is some evidence that the witness is lying.
The courtroom? You know this is an art gallery, right?
Mr. Gusto, if you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case?
I wanted to see Frost's work up and close. So I went to the Gemini... Sorry, I guess it was supposed to be the Pisces statue. And saw that the lid was frozen on tight. So I grabbed a blowtorch from nearby and tried to open it.
What?
When I finally got it open, gas came pouring out. Fascinating. His is the sort of flawless testimony attorneys can only dream of.
Yeah, the everything sounds like a lie kind.
Why did you try to open it? No, literally. I am none too satisfied with Mr. Gusto's explanation myself. Alas, there is no evidence to refute it.
Come on! on, there must be something.
It's Bound's story you should be questioning, not mine. I'm not the one who set up the gas trap. She could have killed anybody with that thing.
She turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer and nobody else. That killer being you, old pal.
So you believe that self-confessed criminal? Miss Bound is far from blameless in this affair, and she will have to pay for her crimes. But so will Mr. Frost's killer. You seem determined to pin Frost's murder on me, but I had no reason to kill him. And you have no evidence to prove otherwise.
Can we really not prove he's the killer, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Gusto fell victim to the poison gas. That much is indisputable. Yet no matter how suspicious his actions in the present may seem, they prove nothing about the past.
Yeah, but then what about you, Mr. Fender? There must be something we can do.
You're right. We may not have evidence, but we have plenty of intel. Let's see now. If Gusto killed Frost, he must have had a reason.
He claims not to have a motive. But that can't really be true, can it?
If he did, he has one. Not many people commit murder just for fun. In fact, your old man had a little back and forth with Von Karma about a probable motive too, remember?
Hey!
How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason, that could have very well have been the motive behind this murder. Murder. Von Karma wouldn't let us talk to Gusto back then, but we can now. If we can put the pieces together, I think the picture we've been looking for might just emerge.
Yes, I think you might be right. We need to think back over everything we know about the IS-7 incident, especially the questions that never got answered.
Hey!
And the finger marks? Were you the one wearing the gloves?
Miss Scone denied that the finger marks on the frame were hers. But what if they were Mr. Gusto's? Perhaps he had wanted to take a look through the ultimate cookbook for himself.
So he asked me to go put in a new cartridge. He seemed to think that there should have been more shots left than there were.
That!
In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected.
Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way. Hey.
My father noticed these things for a reason. I just need to piece them together correctly. In the absence of evidence, it's the only way to the truth. Okay. Yeah, clearly...
So that's gotta be the
when they-
motive.
Yeah, that has to be. Yeah. Mr. Gusto, you and Mr. Frost conspired to create works for the contest together, did you not? So you know my little secret. Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the designs, while you were in charge of the flavor. Is that correct? What can I say? I still had a long way to travel on the road to becoming a master confectioner. But you had only collaborated up through the summer final. Something changed after that. We both wanted to show what we could do. Show that we were better than Tangaroa. Then why did you help Mr. Frost with his entry for the final? What grounds do you have to say that? Your own statement, made to Mr. Von Karma 18 years ago. You told him that you had been working together right up until the day before the final.
No. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze. And whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me. That he helped Frost until the day before the final. In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return? Objection! I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead. Dead.
So why didn't Mr. Frost help you in return? Return? I submit that your relationship broke down for some reason, and that became the basis of your motive for murder.
Oh, the sugar popped.
That's not how it was. Sure, we stopped working together, but it was all perfectly friendly.
You stopped working together. In a friendly way? Kinda hard to imagine, but okay.
Besides, how do you think I did it exactly? You think I just strolled into Tangaroa's room and killed Frost? I couldn't have killed the man while Tangaroa was in there working on his chocolate pieces, could I? So you see, it can't have been me. I wouldn't be so sure. There must be a window of time when Mr. Tangaroa wasn't in his room. If I can prove that, I can prove that Mr. Gusto had the opportunity to kill Mr. Frost.
Hiya.
Hi, Syria. Someone else used the camera.
I'm wondering if he took pictures of the cookbook.
Give it a shot.
Maybe, yeah. Because
Nice!
all the missing photos.
Right?
Yeah.
Photographing the cookbook's contents would be the perfect way to steal its secrets undetected. And what if Mr. Gusto did just that? What if he used Mr. Tangaroa's camera to photograph the book?
It'd be the perfect crime! So much better than stealing it and getting chased by the cops.
A sneaky snapshot or 20, huh? That could work.
The only question is, when would he have done it?
Good question. What about during afternoon tea? Didn't Alicia say that Gusto and Frost missed out on the little tea party they had?
Which brings me to the next question. When do we know for certain that Mr. Frost was still alive?
Then, after the contest began, nobody saw, hide nor hair of Frost as he had secluded himself in his room. And the only person capable of entering his locked room was Tangaroa, possessing as he did the only key.
Miss Scone, where was Mr. Tangaroa's work, the only ones you sampled?
No, dear. I couldn't help myself. When I'd finished my afternoon tea, I tiptoed over to Chillywinks' room for a little taste too.
Mr. Frost had kept himself inside his room after the contest had started. He was gone by the time Miss Scone snuck into it to sample his work, meaning there's a good chance he was murdered before the end of afternoon tea. And that would be...
Boom.
Yeah. We can be sure that Mr. Frost was alive until the beginning of afternoon tea, making tea time the only window during which Mr. Gusto could have killed him.
Are you satisfied with Mr. Gusto's story now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Sadly, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied. But things are finally starting to become clear, and the truth will soon come to light at last.
Do you mean to say that you have uncovered new evidence?
Evidence? No. I was hoping I might convince Mr. Gusto to open up to us about it instead.
Ooh, is it mind games time again?
It is. Mr. Gusto, I have a question for you.
Ooh, logic test with Gusto.
I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Are you serious?
I do need to actually go.
Right now?
Fine, we'll start the mind games.
Yeah.
I said I have a question for you.
Fen vs. Fen right now.
I know.
What is it? You chose to make your entry for the final on your own. I told you I wanted to test myself. I wanted to prove I was the best in the world. If that were the case, then surely you wouldn't have chosen to cheat in the first place. So tell me, Mr. Gusto, why did you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost? Domain expansion! I play chess, you play checkers! 18 years ago, Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confectionery contest. But why did they work together? And why did they enter the contest in the first place? That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow.
4.
Jesus. Mr. Gusto seems to have a habit of pretending to be asleep when things aren't going his way. Let's start by focusing on why he chose to work with Mr. Frost.
So I assume this is where it's going to begin. So I think now is the
and that's
time.
where I'm going to the bathroom. See ya.
I will also be right back.
Hell yeah.
Judge,
BRB!
Judge, I want to ask you a question.
Yeah, what is it?
But I kind of waited for a break period. The purpose of the statute of limitations, is it more a thing about preventing double jeopardy? Or is it more about expectations for evidence to continue to exist and for people's testimony to have value? It's like, what's the purpose of it?
I haven't actually looked into it in particular yet, to be honest.
Really? Has it not been like brought up in your course or any classes?
Also, because I'm not even like sure, because I'm like looking up an article right now, and it says, "Does Australia have a statute of limitations?" Australia does have a statute of limitations. In Australia, statutes of limitations are governed by Commonwealth, state, and territory legislations. Criminal offences, civil offences, traffic offences.
Well, actually, it makes sense that Judge might not, because this is more criminal justice and criminology. Like, there wouldn't be really a scenario. Yeah, there wouldn't be really a scenario where a judge would be presiding over or dealing with a case that is already.
He wouldn't be like being like, if he was going into the law profession, he wouldn't be doing stuff like this. That's only in the game.
No, my point being is like, so nothing would progress to a court setting or even arbitration if it was already past its thing.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. At least that's how I'd argue it. I mean, the way I could roll it around in my head is that like, if you asked someone 15 years ago what they were doing, you're going to get a nonsense answer. Unless something significant happened. Even if something significant happened to you, you probably would remember the details. Even 7 years is a long time. Plus,
a year is a long time as well.
That is true.
Well, it depends on what it is. If it's something mundane, if this is something that people get wrong all the time.
Something big can happen. Something big could happen in that memory, but even then, the details can get fuzzy.
Yeah.
Well, it's easy to remember, like, if you fell off a bike for the first time and like broke your arm, you're probably going to remember a lot of details, but you're not going to remember the day before when you were riding your bike. Like, that's not how people work. And you're probably going to invent memories, mix things together.
Welcome back, friend. We're discussing law.
Oh, cool. What kind of law?
We're discussing statutes of limitations.
The law, not lore.
Wow. That was probably one of the worst cases of mishearing I have heard in a long time.
No, it's okay, because it's just because Australians, with our accent, we say, we say law as, like, L-A-W, and lore as L-O-R-E. Like, it sounds the same.
Yeah. Law and then lore.
Yeah. I think it's the same in the UK as well. Law.
It's really funny to hear you, like, overemphasize the R at the end.
Well, no,
I am back.
In Australia, I feel like...
Lord.
You haven't been missing much, Aster.
I noticed.
It's like law.
Lord.
By my hand. Now is the time to dig up the truth that was buried all those years ago.
Mind chess! Commence!
Why don't you collaborate with Mr. Frost?
Mr. Gusto, what inspired you to collaborate with Mr. Frost? We were acquaintances before we were contestants. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together. And your decision to pair up with a sculptor had nothing to do with your lack of faith in your skills. You don't know me! We joined forces because we wanted to make the most perfect creations possible. That's all. Frost's son and mine were in the same grade at school, so we got along pretty well too. Oh, so you were just two friends who happened to try for the title of world's greatest confectioner?
Wake up!
Wake up! Pretending to be asleep when the going gets tough won't work on me, I'm afraid. Mr. Frost was a sculptor, Mr. Gusto. I doubt he cared much about winning a title for confectioners. In which case, he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest, wouldn't you say?
Nice.
Fine. It was me. I wanted that title. Frost was only in it for the prize, the ultimate cookbook. I see. And since your objectives dovetailed so neatly, you decided to work together. But then something happened. A breakdown in your relationship, perhaps? If so, I want to know why. Mr. Prosecutor, I'm still quite unwell after my brush with death. Pushed me too hard. And I'll be on my way back to the medical room. No, wait! Then you'd better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience. Mr. Gusto is desperately trying to make us escape, but he's not going anywhere yet. Not as long as he's still keeping things from me. So let's figure out what he was really after. There's no time to lose. I need to pick the right line of questioning, and fast. You wanted to appear on Mr. Tangaroa's TV show, didn't you? On Cook and Conga? I believe it was called Bacon Bob. You really think people would have wanted to watch me dance like an idiot while I work? No, it might have been a bit much for younger viewers. I thought not. Listen, I know what I'm good at, and prancing around on TV isn't it. Maybe you should focus on what you're good at too, because it certainly isn't asking the right questions.
Really?
Touché, Mr. Gusto.
Wow.
I need to choose my words more carefully. You two had your eyes on something other than the title, didn't you? After all, I'm not sure the title of World's Greatest Confectioner even counts for that much. Now you're insulting the way of the confectioner? My goal, my only goal, was to win that title. I didn't care about anything else. You have no idea how much it would have meant to me. Look, my sense of design may not have been up to snuff back then, but you should see me now. Oh, so you've improved. You bet I have. I didn't do all that training in Chung Fa for nothing. I looked up to Tangaroa, you know. Spent hours poring over the designs of his work. Even used to watch his show with my son. Sounds to me like Mr. Tangaroa's work was especially influential in your early studies. And with his recipe book, you might have even become the best someday. Maybe. The book was a real treasure, no doubt about that. Any confectioner would have wanted it. Go in. You claim that your only goal was to win the title. Yet you also seem to have had an interest in the contest's prize, the ultimate cookbook.
Nice.
The greatest collection of recipes by the world's greatest confectioner. I can't say I had absolutely no interest in it. And even if I did, what exactly is so wrong with that? Nothing, I suppose. Only that the book contained recipes for medicines, not desserts. And everyone who entered the contest supposedly knew that. I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. I can't let him slip from my grasp now. I just need to stay calm and keep the pressure on. Next, let's find out why he wanted the cookbook. Did you know how valuable the cookbook really was? What kind of question is that? It was a collection of Tangaroa's recipes. There wasn't a confectioner in the world who wouldn't have wanted to get their hands on it. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. Better try another tack. So your plan was to win the cookbook and use it to help you with your own creations? What else? A book like that could have improved my craft tenfold. You could have made a lot of money if you'd sold it. I don't know how much that would... Oh, I don't know much about how... What? I don't know much about what was actually in it. But it was worth more than money, I'll tell you that. Okay, you bitch. Come now, Mr. Gusto. I think you know more about the ultimate cookbook than you claim.
You got him.
They told us a little about it at the start of the contest. Then you know what kind of recipes it actually contained, don't you? And that they weren't dessert recipes at all. I see you did your homework. Fine, so you know what was really in there. The ultimate cookbook, or the Angel's cookbook, to give it its proper title. It's a collection of chemical formulas and ways to synthesize new medicines nobody had ever heard of. So we did know that the cookbook actually contained recipes for medicine. This could be an important clue. Did you know how valuable the cookbook really was? What kind of question is that? A collection? Time to deploy my clue. Your designs may have improved thanks to your training in Chung Fa, but you clearly didn't do enough work on your skills of deception. You've already admitted that you knew the ultimate cookbook was a collection of recipes for thereby making your interest not gastronomical, but pharmaceutical in nature.
Good work.
You need medicine?
Yeah.
You're a confectioner, Mr. Gusto. You had no professional interest in revolutionary new medicines, which suggests that your interest must have been personal.
You did have a son.
I underestimated you. Fine. You're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason I entered the contest. I needed one of the recipes in that book. It was for my son. He was sick. He was? Tell me more.
Oh.
That's none of your business. I've told you as much as you need to know. He looks rattled, but I can't let him off the hook. Let's find out what this mystery illness was. I've almost gotten to the bottom of this. I can feel it. Just a few more moves.
Tell me more about your son.
Tell me a little more about your son. He was my pride and joy, and my biggest fan. And you entered the contest in order to help him? You clearly don't have children of your own. Any father would have done the same. I would have done anything to help him. Anything.
I believe him.
He would come see me here at the contest venue, too. Right up through the semi-final. Really? He didn't get in the way of your work? If you were trying to beat Samson Tangaroa, surely you didn't have the time to look after a child. Yeah, well, I wanted to do what I could for him. He said he wanted to always be the first to try my creations. You said your son was sick, Mr. Gusto, and yet he was able to come and join you for the contest?
Nice.
It wasn't that kind of illness. Nothing life-threatening anyway. This feels like it could be an important clue.
What was the name of your son's condition?
Could you tell me the name of the disease your son suffered from? You're a real cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. Isn't it enough that he was seriously ill? Why would you force me to tell you more? Time to deploy my clue. You've already shared with me that your son's illness wasn't life-threatening. So why are you so reluctant to share any further details? It may not have been life-threatening, but that doesn't mean it hadn't been life-altering. I see. That must have been very hard on the both of you. Of course it was. That was why I did everything I could to find a cure. We were desperate. He couldn't taste anything, not even his favorite desserts.
And the cookbook did have a cure for that. You have a taste disorder.
Was he overweight? It's crazy.
Bro.
Oh my god.
I didn't even see that much.
I quickly read that and I was like, no.
Yeah, no. Oh man.
You good?
As I understand it, the Ultimate Cookbook contains the recipe for a very particular medication, one that Mr. Tangaroa used to cure himself of his own taste disorder. So he had it too? Two, you say? So your son has a taste disorder then, am I correct? How did I let that slip? You've been asking me to believe that you needed to win the cookbook in order to cure your son. But was that really the case? Of course it was! What are you saying? I'm saying that I'm not so sure that's true based on everything you've told me. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. Better try another tack. So you needed the cookbook to cure your son? Yeah, nowadays you can get the medication he needed anywhere. But back then that book was our only hope, which is why I didn't dare waste my time on fancy tea parties. I had to give my all to my work. And what about Mr. Tangaroa's work? Surely the tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to go steal a glance at it. And what makes you think I had the energy or time to care about what the others had made?
You cared about Mr. Tangaroa's work?
I think you've made it abundantly clear how much interest you had in Mr. Tangaroa's work. What's more, if you were that determined to win the Ultimate Cookbook, I seriously doubt you would have passed up on a chance to take a peek at your competitors' entries. I had plenty of chances throughout the contest to see and sample my rival's work, you know. But each time I did, nothing seemed to have any flavor. Must have been nerves or something. Nothing Mr. Gusto tasted had any flavor.
It's for himself.
Seems like it could be an important clue.
What was the name of your son's condition?
Could you tell me the name? Yada 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 yada. Okay, so this is the first clue. Time to deploy my clue.
There we go.
Taste disorders are difficult to live with. It isn't easy not being able to enjoy your food. You should know. After all, you just told me you'd experienced something like that during the contest. You said that nothing you sampled had any flavor. Those were your words, correct? Which would seem to suggest that you were suffering from a taste disorder. A confectioner without a sense of taste? Not exactly ideal. Are you sure it wasn't actually your own condition you were seeking a cure for, Mr. Gusto? I've had enough of your speculations! I managed just fine in that contest. Made all my own entries, no problems!
Weren't you working with Frost?
Sorry, but I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony. You already admitted that you and Mr. Frost worked together during the contest! It's too late to claim you did it all on your own now!
And that's it.
You would have us believe that you are a man of principle, a dedicated student of the confectioner's art. Yet you abandoned those principles and conspired with Mr. Frost to rig the contest. Also, you could cure your own taste disorder! You got me, Mr. Prosecutor. As you said, my sense of taste was shot. My son's was fine. I'd kept it hidden for so long. 18 years and nobody knew. Sadly, you can lie to others, but you can't lie to me. Both Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entered the contest hoping to obtain the ultimate cookbook, for the medicine that would cure Mr. Gusto's disorder, and the money it would bring in for Mr. Frost. Thus, an uneasy alliance was forged. And that, I believe, is checkmate.
Checkmate.
Me when I'm fighting the demons? I'll admit it. You're good. I never told anybody any of this, but you figured it all out anyway. It's true. 18 years ago, I developed a juicer.
A juicer?
A juicer.
I'm not sure
juicer.
actually. Let me look it up. It might come up again.
What? God damn it.
Pronunciation.
Boy, I'm glad I'm not the one who has to say it first.
Hello, hello.
Hello?
Hello.
If you're really interested in the medical terms, a nausea and a juzia.
A juzia.
A juzia.
A juzia.
What's a juzia?
It's a taste disorder that makes it so that you can't taste anything at all. A confectioner's worst nightmare. Mr. Fender, is this what Mr. Tangaroa had as well?
No. The big man had what they call disassociated taste disorder. Basically, some things he could taste just fine, while others had no flavor at all.
So he suffered too. Can't have been easy. Not when there wasn't a way to cure it on the market. Which is why you needed Mr. Tangaroa's cookbook. Do you admit now that that was the real reason you entered the contest? It was only one of the reasons. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted the title. When I put my mind to something, it gets done. And I won't lose to anybody. I may not have been able to taste it then, but I still knew my stuff was good enough to win. Oh, so you went into the final thinking you stood a good chance of winning? Of course. What was it that Fender said about what Mr. Tangaroa thought of Mr. Gusto's creations? I just said like 3 people.
Mr. Tangaroa, Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up to the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both accounts. Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!
We were told that your entry for the final was far from the prize-winning taste sensation you describe. What happened, Mr. Gusto? What went wrong that day? Fine! You want me to talk, I'll talk! But you're not going to like what I have to say. Oh my god, okay. Alright.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm great, actually.
For realsies?
Yes, for realsies.
Okay.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Good.
What is
No, that was weird. My stomach.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like there's free real estate.
Icky.
Sir, are you okay?
Why don't you pull it off?
Frost and I were working together right up through the semifinal. I handled the flavor, he did the designing. But I wanted to face Tangaroa in the final on my own. No help. Just me and my skills. So I helped Frost with his entry. But mine, I did alone. If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lack training. And that's all there is to it. Happy now? Don't seem to be any obvious contradictions in his testimony.
Yep, not that I thought it'd be easy to get anything real out of him. He's managed to not let slip what really happened for 18 years after all. Why don't you try pulling it off? Why don't you try pushing him a bit, Miles Reno? See if you can if you can't shake something loose.
I think I just might have to, Fender.
So I guess you have to press.
Probably.
I guess.
Now we're working together right up to the semifinal. I handled the flavor, he did the designing, but I wanted to face Tangaroa in the final and no help, just me and my skills. The help process is entry, but mine I did alone. Didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lack training. I am curious about that last one.
I think
it's like,
yeah,
bro couldn't taste anything.
One.
What do you mean he lacked training? And yet I heard that your creations prior to the final were scored highly for their flavor. So what went wrong? Was there some kind of cooking accident on that day? No, nothing like that. It was, I told you, I had a taste disorder. My sense of taste failed me. It's as simple as that. But Mr. Frost's entry was complimented on its flavor. Your sense of taste hadn't failed you then. Did something happen overnight?
Can this even happen?
I don't think he's gonna spill any more beans, Mr. Edgeworth.
Then perhaps I should ask him about something else.
The semifinal.
Did something change between the semifinal and the final, Mr. Gusto? Not really.
That's it?
The only difference between the semifinal and the final was that Frost wasn't helping me.
No, the family photo though, with their sons.
Sure, but what does that tell us?
Because his son was there.
Oh,
yeah, like
daily through the semifinal.
Daily up through the semifinal.
Good eye.
I can think of one significant difference between the semifinal and the final, Mr. Gusto. Your son. This is him in the photograph, correct? You told me he was here with you up through the semifinal. He was. What of it? What indeed? He was here with you until the semifinal, until he suddenly wasn't for the final. And just as suddenly, your work went from being lauded for its flavor to being lambasted for it. I don't think that's a coincidence, do you? He wasn't just spending quality time with his father. He was playing a much more pivotal role than that.
He was taste testing.
I just wanted him to see me hard at work. To show him I was trying my best for us. Who knows? Maybe it was him being here that helped me do so well in those early rounds.
He talks a good game, but nothing about this guy screams super dad to me.
Indeed. Thankfully, we would only have to give such an idea credence if his story were true. After all, how much could the encouragement of one small boy affect the taste of a grown man's work? Mr. Gusto prided himself on the flavor of his creations, but then he lost his sense of taste. He must have had a tough time maintaining his high standards after such a devastating loss. Unless... I'm sure your son was here to cheer you on. That wasn't all he was here to do, was it? You're a very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor. But why not try answering yourself for a change? What was an elementary school kid doing here, other than to support his father?
To taste your creations.
Your son knew the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine, Mr. Gusto. He was my biggest fan. Of course he knew it. In which case, he would have been a good judge of whether something tasted on brand, so to speak. No? What are you implying? You've already told us that you were suffering from a taste disorder. Ah! I'll admit it. You're good. I never told anybody any of this, but you figured it all out anyway. Didn't this happen like 10 minutes ago?
Yeah, we don't need the flashback for this, but whatever.
It was more like 5.
Ajusa. Katrina. No one knew about your condition. Indeed, I doubt Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you had he found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creations tasted good. Therefore, your son wasn't just here to support you. He was helping you by taste testing your work.
Dang. Now it all makes sense. Frost's stuff tasted good because it really was finished the day before when the kid was still here.
Ooh, that was throaty. That was good.
You have a vivid imagination, Mr. Prosecutor. But do you seriously think I'd trust a kid to tell me how to adjust the taste of my masterpieces? I have some pride, you know, even back then. Did you now? My designs may not have been much to write home about back then, but I always knew my work tasted better than anybody else's. You think I'd ever... Oh my god, this is actually like hurting my throat. Hold on.
Oh dear.
Take
Drink
a
some water,
swig.
darling.
Specifically water.
I have water, don't worry.
Okay. Thank you for the hydrate, Kendra.
You think I'd risk everything by putting my reputation in the hands of a child? This is just more speculation. That's all it is. In that case, I ask to speak with your son this instant. Let's see how much of your story he can corroborate. Sadly for you, my son is no longer my concern. What? As soon as I got my sense of taste back, I went straight to Zhongfa and started my training. And cut off all ties with the kid for good.
What?
You abandoned your own child?
And that ain't the half of it. No one knows where he is, even now. The cops have looked all over for him, but no dice.
So, still think you can prove your asinine theory? I'd like to see you try. You think I care about anything besides confectionery? Think again. I got my sense of taste back. What need do I have for a son?
Silence in the courtroom. While Mr. Gusto's words and actions may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part, the goddess of justice cannot judge him for that. Therefore, Mr. Edgeworth, I believe it is time for you to admit defeat.
What, negligence as a parent?
Give it up! 18 years is a long time for anything to resurface now, proof or otherwise.
Mr. Edgeworth, we have to do something! If we don't, the truth might be lost forever.
Where are you, Detective Gumshoe?
Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but... I got it tested right away, sir!
Please do, Detective. Detective, active. Hector, who are you? It's the last piece of the puzzle, I'm sure of it. Once we know whose blood it is.
Hey, Miles, sorry to cut in on your mind palace time, but I was pondering something myself. Our friend Gusto didn't come here just to check up on the body, did he?
You mean because he tried to open the case?
Exactamundo! Think we have anything that might explain why he tried to do that?
We might. Detective Gumshoe can make it back in time with a certain piece of evidence.
That's quite enough idle chatter, Defense. Now if you...
Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Sorry to keep you waiting!
Deus ex machina. Speak of the devil.
I'll take it down for 200!
I take it you have Adele for 200, Detective?
Yes, sir! The lab just got back to me!
Detective, please, court is in session. Now then, am I right to assume that you are bringing us the evidence Mr. Edgeworth was just speaking of? What? Hey, no fair! Why didn't anybody tell me about any of this?
It is indeed the evidence in question, Your Honor. It needed testing, so I asked him to carry it out.
What the? Why is everybody always helping you? I'm supposed to be the one in charge here!
Mr. Winner, I'm sorry I didn't involve you, but this is important. Can we at least hear what the detective has to say?
Well, alright.
So, Detective Gumshoe, what did the tests have to tell us?
You're not gonna believe this, but the owner of the blood we found in the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case is, Carmelo Gusto, the victim of the poisoning gas attack.
What are you talking about? Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Well, it looks like my suspicions were correct.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, what do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of this blood to the case?
It's only the very thing the perpetrator of the IS-7 incident has been trying to hide all these years. The fact that your blood was found inside the Gemini case, Mr. Gusto, is as good as us finding your blood lying right next to Mr. Frost's body!
Why would there be traces of your blood there, of all places, Mr. Gusto?
Because he keeps cutting himself, doesn't he? Or back then.
That's right! He has all of those scars because he kept hurting himself when he was, doing confections.
Darling, are you okay?
If you won't answer her honor, Mr. Gusto, then I will. There wasn't just blood in the liquid from the Gemini case, there were traces of salt and sugar, too.
There were.
And if you remember, one particular part of Mr. Frost's work was allegedly very salty indeed.
Oh, yeah! You're talking about what Delisha told us back then, right? What was it again?
Did they ever? I've never tried ice. It's so scrumptious in all my life.
Whatever.
Scrumptious except for the salty bit. That was unbearable. Which was the strange.
Salty bit.
The hoppy thing.
Gemini's liar.
Yes, the liar, and only the liar, tasted as if it had been flavored with salt. There were no traces of salt anywhere else in Mr. Frost's entry.
Very interesting. Then perhaps you can tell us, Mr. Edgeworth, where did the salt on the liar come from?
The lamp, right?
The salt lamp, yeah.
Take that!
This is the lamp from the IS-7 incident.
Indeed, and I believe that the salt that gave the liar its flavor came from just such a lamp. Mr. Von Karma had established that both salt lamps were in Mr. Tangaroa's room at the time of the crime. One of them was used to kill Mr. Frost. And it was stained with his blood, but no corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tangaroa's room.
Judge, you good?
Sorry, someone keeps coming in and out of my room.
Oh.
Right, because the culprit had chucked the piece of chocolate with that on it into the little stream.
Furthermore, aside from the liar, no traces of salt were found anywhere else in Mr. Frost's room either.
Hey, come to think of it, the lamps we found in Delisha's room were both broken. The lamps appear to be broken.
Wow. Hey, look at these ramps. We can use these as ramps.
Shut the fuck up, Tails.
Smash, both of them.
Maybe they fell and broke on the floor?
We never did figure out how the one that wasn't used to kill Frost got busted, but are we thinking maybe it had Gusto's blood on it at some point?
Anyone whose blood was found on one of the lamps would have been a person of interest to the police, so the killer needed to hide the blood somehow, and in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion.
And you are seriously suggesting that the liar was used to do just that?
I am. I suspect that the bloody salt was somehow applied to the liar so that it could be hidden inside the case. Because unlike the fountain water, the sculptures would have needed more time and care to test properly. And so he waited and waited for his chance to dispose of the liar undetected.
Then the reason he's here today is...
18 years ago, Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointing to his killer were taken away together. This, of course, was not part of the perpetrator's plan. and thus a new dilemma arose. How could he be sure that neither Mr. Frost's body nor the evidence wouldn't be discovered someday?
So back he comes 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to cover his tracks.
Well, Mr. Gusto, are you finally ready to admit it? That you are the one responsible for the IS-7 incident?
Mr. Gusto, it's all because of you, that's Samson!
Gusto.
So I finally got caught, All these years later? Nobody came close back then. Not even the big shot prosecutor or the attorney. That's some impressive work, Mr. Prosecutor. I have to hand it to you. You admit it then? That you murdered Artie Frost? Sure I do. I did it. I killed him. But he only had himself to blame. What do you mean by that? He agreed to help me. We were supposed to help each other so that one of us could win. And whoever won was supposed to let the other use the cookbook. But on the day of the final, the rat finally showed his true colors. Seriously, Frost? We had a deal!
Judge, go for it.
Sorry, I'm not helping you in your final. Our little agreement is over, Gusto.
But I helped you! I spent all day yesterday making the ice for your pieces!
Did you? And can you prove it? Can you prove that, I suppose?
Wait, you were planning to betray me right from the start, weren't you? After Frost double-crossed me, I had to make my piece for the final by myself. And like you said, my son wasn't there, so I didn't have any help with the flavor either. So much for the pride you claim to have in your ability to make delicious desserts. Go ahead and judge. You have no idea what it was like for someone like me to lose my sense of taste. I gave up everything to become the best. Everything! I take pride in that. Something someone like you could never understand. I unironically thought he said something twice.
Me too.
Something.
Something,
You're right.
You suck ass.
Something, I don't like you. Jesus. You're right. I don't understand. Do you take pride in the fact that you resorted to murder? Or that you abandoned your son? Why would I want to understand someone who could do such things? A man can't afford to rely on other people. I learned that the hard way 18 years ago. My son never showed up on the day of the final. And in hindsight, I wouldn't be surprised if Frost was the reason why.
Why would you think that? What exactly happened to your son?
How am I supposed to know? I told you, he's not of my concern anymore. And according to you guys, nobody knows where he is now either.
And you don't care! You're horrible!
So with his disappearance, so too went your chances of winning, correct? Yeah, I had to find another way of getting my hands on that book. That's when inspiration struck. I decided to skip afternoon tea and snuck into Tangaroa's room. It should have been so easy. All I had to do was photograph the formulas I needed and get out of there. But then Frost showed up. I thought I might oh.
Let's judge.
Oh, I thought I might find you here. Stealing recipes from the famous cookbook,
Frost!
What's this? A cure for taste disorders? Oh no, that's just too tragic. A confectioner who can't taste anything? What will people say?
If you tell anybody, I'll...
You'll what? You'll what? Kill me? You can't even hit me, you miserable worm.
Why you? Frost shoved me hard when I went to punch him. Knocked me clean off my feet. I crashed into one of the lamps. Must have been when my blood got on it.
So Mr. Frost wasn't the first to get hurt.
When it was all over, I realized I had to get rid of that blood somehow. So I scraped off all the bloody bits. I dissolved those salt shavings in some flavored ice mixture and brushed it all over the harp.
Oh my god.
And that's how you made the evidence linking you to the murder vanish?
Frost was going to blackmail me. He would have made me give him money to keep quiet about my condition. So you decided you had to kill him? Yeah, I guess I did. Why would I let him live? Would you want someone holding something like that over your head? Besides, he's the one who drew first blood. Makes for a solid case of self-defense, don't you think? So that was the impetus behind it all. Anyway, I initially took the lamp to Frost's room. Went straight there once I figured out how I was going to hide the bloody part.
Inspired by all the ace sculpting tools laying about the place, I guess?
You're not as dumb as you pretend to be. Yeah, I figured I could use them to check it off. And grind it up. Once that was done, painting the stuff all over the harp was easy.
Why Samson? Why did you have to frame him?
Hold it! I never meant for the cops to pin it on him. That was your fault. You and the rest of them. What do you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamps and cloths back in Scone's room? There's only one reason to plant the murder weapon in the room of another contestant, and that's to cast suspicion on that person.
What? You tried to frame me, Gusty Pants!
Yeah.
But why? Why poor old me?
I respected Tanjiro. He was the best, a true champion. I would never have wanted him to take the fall. But you're a fraud. Your work wasn't even real. You had no respect for our craft at all. You deserve to be punished for what you did.
Oh, Gusty, how could you?
And had you refrained from eating Tangaroa's work, Frost's body wouldn't have been found. My plan was to wait until Tangaroa was judging your room. That's when I'd sneak the corpse into Frost's room and freeze it. But thanks to you, Bound here found it before I had a chance to retrieve it.
I don't understand. Why did you need to freeze his body at all?
Why indeed?
Mr. Edgeworth, surely you must know. Why did Mr. Gusto need to freeze Mr. Frost's body?
To obscure the time of death? Or to pass it off as an ice
That
sculpture?
would, to obscure the time of death would completely absolve him of suspicion. That would make him an alibi. Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death.
Look him
If they
in.
determined that the murder occurred during afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect.
Bingo. Freezing Frost's body wasn't simple. Preparing everything took time. So I decided to put his body in the chest in Tangaroa's room while I got everything ready in Frost's. At the time, it seemed like the perfect hiding place. Never counted on some gluttonous pharmacist showing up and making the whole ship collapse.
I still don't get it, though. Why disguise the body as an ice sculpture at all?
The sooner it was found, the smaller the effect of freezing it would have had on masking the time of death. Therefore, he needed to disguise it, at least until it froze. It had fully. At least until it had froze. At least.
Have you ever had a dream where you
frozen.
when
Judge,
you...
I need you to never speak again.
Damn!
Shut the fuck up.
Hey, Kier, welcome.
Rude as hell.
How awful! Using Mr. Frost's own work to help you cover up the truth behind his murder!
I don't know who you are, but you need to start being nice to me right now.
What the hell? I don't know what you're talking about, I'm sorry.
Which is a shame. A true shame.
Ironically, Tangaroa would have been just fine if the body hadn't been found before I got it out of his room. If only things had gone to plan. He wouldn't have even been arrested, let alone convicted.
You mean... It was my fault. Everything that happened to Samson. It was all because I found the body? Judge, please come back. Do not listen to Mugman.
Don't let him get inside your head, Judes. None of this is your fault. Also, I got what you were referencing, Fan. It was Zach
Thank
Hale,
you.
Psychic
Thank you.
Pebbles.
Thank you for the stretch.
Did you say it, Judge?
Yeah. Wait, if it wasn't Samson, it would have been Delisha instead. She would have been the one who they arrested. Either way, there's only one person to blame here, and that's Gusto.
It didn't help that the initial detective was so bad at his job either. He never even told the prosecutor that the body had vanished. So then Mr. Von Karma had unwittingly placed Mr. Tangaroa under arrest, in the absence of a body.
I mean, I guess it would explain why he was so keen to wrap things up. Still, you'd think he'd notice something as big as that if he'd taken a look at a few reports, right?
Not if someone had been deliberately distorting the facts of the case, though. Either way, it seems that Mr. Von Karma didn't know about the body until after the arrest had been made. But admitting that would have spoiled his perfect record.
Don't be dissing Detective Bad. It wasn't Detective Bad. There was a detective on the case before him.
So he kept it to himself and proceeded to prosecute Mr. Tangaroa regardless.
Can this really be true?
You don't feel bad at all? Somebody spent 18 years in prison because of you!
Sticks and stones, girlie. Sticks and stones.
What a jerk! I ought to arrest you right now, pal!
I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that, Detective.
Why the fuck
not? So you noticed, Glad somebody did. The judge is right. You can't lay a finger on me.
What? Why? You just confessed to murder!
No idea, huh? Then I guess I'd better lay it out for you.
Are you kidding me? We have to do a whole thing for this.
I killed Frost 18 years ago. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years. You do the math. You can't arrest me. You think I'd have confessed otherwise?
That's right. The statute of limitations is only 15 years. Is this really the end of the line, Mr. Edgeworth?
Once the statute has expired, he can't be charged, so...
What?
How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm afraid that both Mr. Gusto's confession and your deductions will have to be struck from the record.
Okay, unironically, this is like genuinely pissing me off. Like, she is genuinely pissing me off.
Honestly, yeah, this is like, I don't remember her being this bad.
She is fucking annoying. Oh my god.
Like, what Edgeworth said earlier really...
Like, this isn't even like fixed by the fact that she's a hot woman.
High-key, yeah. Honestly, like...
The crazy!
Edgeworth put it really well earlier, in that, like, Winter is annoying but harmless. Gavel is truly scary.
And that Mr. Tangaroa's conviction will remain in place.
But we've finally proven that the police never had Mr. Frost's body in their possession. Even if we can't arrest Mr. Gusto, surely Mr. Tangaroa has grounds for a retrial on that basis.
Does he? I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid that the goddess's judgments are somewhat harder to overturn than you might imagine.
So the committee means for the verdict from 18 years ago to stand no matter what? Bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor. There must be something we can do. Something to bring Mr. Gusto down.
There is. The only statement I recall is the second one. Like, that's the only one you can really rebut to.
Murder in this country is 15 years. Look at the statute of
but he went to
limitations in our evidence. Look at it first. Surely there's something in there.
But he went to Zhenfa. The statute was suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Yeah, so he went to Zhenfa.
Aha!
So, like...
Oh, so... Wait, so it's suspended. So how long was he in Zhenfa? Wait, what?
It doesn't matter.
But that's wrong?
Only clue. Oh, no. Oh, because...
Is that the wrong statement?
We have to actually, I guess, we have to approach him on that first. I guess, yeah. Yeah, we have to press it first, and then...
Bullshit!
You do the math, you can't arrest me. You can get a
press that second statement. I swear to God, if it's like,
I went to Zhenfa.
He was called an accomplice.
Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statute may not have expired yet.
This ought to be good. Alright, I got nothing to hide. If there's something you want to ask it.
Very well. Tell us where you've been and what you've been doing since the incident.
Sure. Not long after the contest, I was able to cure my taste disorder thanks to the formula from that book. Not so long after that, I went to Zhongfa to really buckle down and hone my craft. Okay, dude.
So we had to do this.
That explains a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact, but I guess you were too long gone by then, huh?
Could be. I left, let's see,
Around a year after the murder. It was before Tangaroa's last day in court. Going to Zhengfa was the best thing I ever did. Flavor, design, I'm the full package now!
It's a wolf.
And on the backs of all those whose lives you destroyed. What's
Oh, Jesus! Drink some water, darling.
Is Gusto okay? Miles? Miles is... No, Miles! What's wrong, buddy?
Mr. Edgeworth!
Drink some water, darling. Drink up, drink up.
I feel like also this we should do a break just so.
This fucking better be the end, bro. I
This
swear to
is
God.
the end. This is the end.
Okay.
What's an omelet without a few eggs, Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor, nothing!
You're evil!
Sticks and stones, girlie! You can't arrest me, and that's all that matters. I need some more I need more to work with. There has to be something I can get out of him. Maybe I can push him further on his statements he just made. Is there anything I should follow up on? He's training in Zhengfa.
He's training in Zhengfa.
Yeah, it's training.
I'd like you to tell us more about your training in Zhengfa, if you wouldn't mind. Fine. I later went to Zhengfa to train, and I finally became the best in the world.
And this
Present
is it.
on this. Come on.
We did it!
Thank you.
Drink some water, my love. Drink.
The statute of limitations for murder is subject to the following condition. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Which means that the time you spent abroad doesn't count towards the total time under the statute.
No way! So it's like someone hit pause while he was in Zhengfa!
It appears that there may be time left on the clock yet. But that will depend on how long you stayed in Zhengfa, Mr. Gusto.
It was 3 years exactly.
Oh my God. 3 years. Hold on! Nobody say anything until I've done the math. 1, 2... The murder happened 18 years back! The statute was 15 years! And the three overseas?
15 plus 3 makes exactly 18! Which means... No way! Mr. Edgeworth, you did it! The statute hasn't expired after all!
We don't know the exact day.
Bingo! 18 years exactly! Glad you worked it out for yourselves! He's been stringing us along this whole time.
Why is he laughing? For good, aren't we? We can arrest him now!
I hate to break it to you, little sis, but... IS-7 went down at the end of December. It's April now, which means... Strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months since Frost's murder. If Gusto stays in Zhengfa really lasted 3 years on the nose, it's not enough. We're a few months short.
Not enough! But...
What did I tell you? You can't touch me! I hate to admit it, but he'd read the board well when he made his confession.
Hold on. Hold on. Ink mentioned the accomplice clause, which I didn't notice. Yeah, so the statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. So we have an extra year!
Yeah.
Well,
so the we could use the IS-7 incident case file, right? Because that would be our evidence.
The IS-7 incident was, and it took a year.
It took a year, and then it closed. Yeah.
All right.
So I think it would knock it would knock off another year. I think.
Miles
So-
whipping out a beginner's law book is funny on its own. God, you're right though.
Bless you.
All right,
Thank you.
I think this might be the end.
Let's keep going.
Hold your
Come on.
breath and count to 10.
How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. If only the statute had been suspended for another year.
We have another year!
Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail.
I'm so over you. I'm sorry.
And you, Mr. Edgeworth, have failed.
There must be something I can do.
I knew it.
Well, if the law can't bring Mr. Gusto to justice, then...
Judes, what are you thinking?
Objection!
There's no need to... There's no need to go adding to your rap sheet just yet. We're not done here. Far from it. Because there's still a way we can nail him.
There is.
Alright, Mazzarino, pep talk. I need you to think back over everything we know about the case. Gusto's overlooked one critical thing that you yourself were led to believe wrongly about.
Which is...
He wasn't there for Samson's last trial, remember? Best I can tell, he doesn't seem to know what the final verdict that came down that day is. Which means, there's still one way left to us. Crack open your statutes for dummies there and take another look. 17 years ago, they really did a number on Samson and framed him like a pretty picture. But if we make a good use of that verdict now, we can make Gusto pay in full for what he's done.
Fender, are you?
Yeah. Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price the price that they fail. Samson's my client, Miles, and I can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon in this fight. So whether we play our last card or not, it's gonna have to be up to you.
What else are we gonna do?
Also, welcome and pie the way.
I don't know, just die, I guess.
Just die?
I'm going to krill myself.
No, don't do that. Not good for you.
Bringing Mr.
I'm
Gusto
one
to
in a
justice
trillion.
can only happen if I use the outcome of that hard-fought trial. So, should I raise an objection and play that card or not? Always raise an objection.
It's Ace Attorney.
My father and Mr. Von Karma. One sought to reveal the truth, the other to hide it. I know which path I choose to follow. The one that seeks to reveal the truth!
This court has reached its final verdict. The record will state that Mr. Gusto has been found not guilty on all counts.
No, Your Honor! Mr. Carmelo Gusto is absolutely guilty! And I refuse to let him walk away! His crimes are too unspeakable to go unpunished!
Do you mean to suggest that you have grounds upon which to call for his arrest?
I do. Now to show Judge Gavell something that proves the statute of limitation hasn't yet expired.
Is it literally just the book, or what?
The case file. The IS-7 one, right?
Huh? Statute of limitation
The
expired
IS
3 years ago on December 24th.
Yeah.
Take that!
Very well. Is there a particular page of the IS-7 case file you'd like us to refer to? The case overview, right?
Suspect data.
Oh wait, hold on. Let's look at it again and be sure.
Yeah, we should probably look at it. We should probably look.
Get her that.
Case overview. Victim data.
Based as
suspect
an
data.
accomplice.
Yep, that proves it.
So it's... Was that victim or suspect? I forgot.
Suspect. It was suspect.
Okay.
Suspect.
It should be suspect, right? Why is she
I
smiling?
would like to
Get her
direct your
ass?
attention
Got
to the
you.
page concerning the suspect. As you can see, Samson Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice, and it took around 1 year from his indictment for that verdict to be reached.
Yes, that does seem to be the case.
The book you gave us details certain conditions pertaining to the statute of limitations for murder. One of them, as I mentioned, is that the statute is suspended if the suspect flees the country. And another states that the statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. What? Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice!
Yep. Guess you were in Genfa while when the verdict came down. Samson was convicted as an accomplice, not as the main perpetrator. Which is clearly news to you, and not good news either, am I right?
But how can that be? Tangaroa wasn't an accomplice to anyone! He was innocent and you know it! Oh, we know it. It's what we've been trying to prove all along. And in a pleasing twist of fate, his wrongful conviction will be the very thing that sets him free! If you spend 3 years in Jungfa,
Each like gives Gavel the backhand of justice. Everybody go like Fanto's donation. Thank you for the 2. Thank you for the 2 ink as well. I didn't say it.
and your accomplice, Samson Tangaroa, was on trial for 1 year? It means you could still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder up to 19 years after the fact. In other words, the statute of limitations hasn't expired at all!
The goddess's judgment is infallible.
Shut the fuck up
But
about your goddess and get to
That
the
of her
point.
servants, it appears, is not. It appears the prosecutor in charge of this case may have erred. Unbelievably, we may have no choice but to instigate a full inquiry.
No! How could this? You weren't supposed to be able to...
18 years? That's a long time to let somebody else suffer for your crimes. It's time to pay the piper, Gusto, and not a moment too soon.
But I'm finally the greatest! My brilliance has been recognized! I gave up everything for this! Everything! Even my son! More's the pity. But you can't run from the law forever, because the bills come due at last!
Oh, come on, let's see that breakdown. Let's see it. That's amazing.
Nice. Mr. Gusto's all set for his trip downtown, sir!
God, my voice can rest.
Oh, good. Which means it's your turn next, right? I suppose so.
Shall I deploy Latina rage with my chancla?
Judes.
Not the voice
Thank
saying it
you,
as
Ink.
chancla.
Chancla.
Thank you for the 2. I'm so sorry, everybody. I've caused you all so much trouble. But thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusto to justice at last.
I'm afraid there's no escaping the consequences of your actions, Mistbound. But those actions were born of the legal mistakes that were made all those years ago. We all know that. So allow me to apologize in return. On behalf of the prosecution.
Oh no. I have no one to blame but myself for it all. Starting with those sculptures.
Hey, Judes, you think maybe you might want me to represent you? I'm not some nervous newbie anymore. And there's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything.
I'd be honored. Thank you, Mr. Fender. Look at all those tears. We did it, everybody.
Sorry, ma'am, but you gotta come with me now.
Of course.
Cute little curtsy. I am so sick of your ass. Like, oh my god. Judge Gavel, why did you lie to us?
Lie? What are you talking about?
You implied that there was a no case for a retrial. But as we've proven, that wasn't true. Surely anyone truly committed to seeing justice done would have called one as soon as the body was found.
I am under no obligation to answer such questions.
And you clearly have no intention of doing so either.
Truly, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you'll be called to appear before the committee in due course. Now, I must be on my way.
What the heck? And after you caught the real killer and everything! Isn't that what prosecutors are supposed to do?
Regardless of how it may all play out, I will never regret what we accomplished here today.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey! Mr. Edgeworth!
Yes?
Why'd you stick your nose in this case anyway? You weren't even on the job!
My job is to bring the truth to light, Mr. Winner. Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person.
I don't get it.
I wouldn't expect you to understand. Not as long as you believe that a closing case makes you a winner. If closing a case makes you a winner.
Going way over my head. I'm going home.
I thought you were like moving away from the other side of the room
I knew what
for a
she was
second.
doing. I knew. You made that so pathetic.
What was that all about?
He's a little bitch. Eustace still has a lot to learn, is all.
He's a minor who knows nothing of the world.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Miles to Eustace. Darling, please.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
What the heck are you talking about? Why are you
Got money on my
singing?
mind and I'll never give it up.
Why are you singing?
Milesy, Milesy!
Yes?
I just wanted to say old Greggy Pegleg would have been so proud of you today. Oh, look at me tearing up. That and thanks for helping poor Sammy Poople.
Who's the Riz Lord now, Eustace?
Oh my god.
Of course.
Hey, Edgy! Looks like you cleaned everything up, huh?
I genuinely forgot you were here.
So, what happened exactly? I was kind of busy sketching. I thought that might have been the case.
Oh my
Wait,
God.
where did Judy and Verity go?
Wow, you really weren't paying attention, were you? Welcome in, Nut.
It's kind of boring just listening to you guys, like, talk all the time.
I am... Though I am
You
loath to
meditating,
admit
Edgy?
it- Oh my god. Though I am loath to admit it, Larry's sketches did come through for us on more than one occasion. Not that I'm about to tell him that.
Quit it with the glaring, will ya? Whatever I did, I'm sorry!
Calm down, Larry. I wasn't glaring at you.
You totally were. You're just like your pop. He was a terrible liar, too.
He was?
Listen, I'm gonna head out. Need to fill Samson in what went down today. You wanna come with?
Yes, of course.
Great, then I'm coming too.
Do we get to see it? Nice!
Oh my god, we do.
I wanted to see it, so I'm happy.
I have to speak like this.
My head hurts.
So, what's Mr. Tangarilla like? I can't wait to finally meet him.
Oh, he's a real sweetheart. You'll love him. I just, like, blanked on that for a moment. Even while locked up, he can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. It's why 3 p.m. cake extravaganza is a thing in a thing for prisoners and guards alike.
Oh, really? That sounds awesome. You think there'll be any left for us to try?
Didn't we find a few slices of chocolate cake in the prison the other day? Could they have been some of Mr. Tangaroa's baked goods?
I can't remember that.
There he is.
Gummy, what are you doing here?
I heard y'all coming to see Mr. Tangaroa, so I volunteered to escort him.
Hello, new friends. I'm Samson Tangaroa.
Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, at your service.
And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick, Kay Faraday.
It's very nice to meet you both.
Miles here is Gregory's son.
Is that so? Your father was very kind to me and fought so hard for my case. But in the end, I betrayed him. I made a false confession and...
Don't worry, Mr. Tangaroa. Mr. Fender has explained everything to me.
Sure did. And now we're here to tell you the truth about what happened 18 years ago.
The truth? Judy did all that for me?
Crazy kid racked her brain for 18 years until she finally figured out how to set you free. What can I say? Turns out she really would do anything for you.
Oh, Judy, I never did anything to deserve such devotion.
Come now, Mr. Tangaroa. I think we all know that's not true. The bond between the two of you is held strong for all these years, after all.
You think so?
I guess I'd better show him. Which piece of evidence is proof of the bond Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound share? The chocolate!
Take that! Chocolate? Those chocolates! Judy made them, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
They're super delicious and sweet!
Miss Bound continued making them just as you taught her, even after that fateful day, so that there would always be some waiting for you when you finally came home.
Judy.
Oh.
I bet they're beyond super sweet then, aren't they?
Very much so, I'm afraid. I only wish we could hand them to you.
Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure he gets them later.
Which would be a clear breach of prison policy. Not that I have the authority now to stop him anyway.
Thank you very much. You know, Detective, something about you reminds me of Detective Bad. Really, pal? Because I look up to him a lot. He's my role model. You don't say. It seems like fate likes to bring people of all sorts together, huh?
You hang in there, Samson. Just a little longer. I should be able to get you out soon. I'm sorry it's taken so long. Nobody should have to wait 18 years to get justice.
Don't be silly, Eddie. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Or rather, thank you, truly.
Samson.
Well, I guess it's my turn to wait for Judy to come home now. I'd better make sure there's something delicious on the table for when she finally walks through that door. Don't let me down, Eddie.
Leave it to me, big guy.
The IS-7 incident. It's been 18 long years, but this case we'd inherited from my father is finally coming to a close.
Hey, Miles. Thanks for today. And sorry for forcing you to make the final call like that.
Not at all. I simply made the call that felt right to me.
Huh? What are you guys talking about?
You know how Samson was wrongfully convicted? We had to pretend that he wasn't in order to nail Gusto. But you used his false conviction against him, even to save him. As his lawyer, I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
Yeah, I can see that.
But now that Gusto's behind bars, I can finally start to get the wrong... Yeah, I was about to say Gustavo.
I think Gustavo was his name in the fan translation. It was Gustavia.
Gustavia, okay. But now that Gusto's behind bars, I can finally start to get the wrongful conviction overturned.
Yes, and I'm sure you will.
Wait a minute. Does that mean that even if you were only doing what's right, if the false conviction had been overturned before today, Mr. Gusto would have gotten away scot-free?
Yup. It's what we folks in the trade like to call legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect.
Because of things like legal contradictions, right?
Yeah. But you never know. Things might change. The law is always evolving, just like us humans. Your Uncle Eddie and Mazzarino included, am I right?
The potential for growth and change. In people and the law, huh?
So, Miles. Are you gonna keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer. I mean, it's not like you can do both or something.
Nah, not in this universe.
I know.
Well, let's just say I won't complain if you show up at the office one day. And on that note, it's time for me to skedaddle. I owe you big time, and I always repay my debts, but for now... Thanks again for today, I mean.
Oh my
I mean it.
God.
The way that he puts his hat over his eyes is very reminiscent of Gregory as well. Literally everything that he does. Like, he learns so much from Gregory, and so much of him is, like, ingrained in him now. Like, I remember seeing him, like, bow his head like that for the first time, and I was just like, ugh. What a good case, honestly.
Toodles!
Did he seem kind of in a hurry to get out of here to you?
He did. And honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. After all, he gave me the chance to reckon with my father's final case.
I'm on the other side
When
of the
I was
glass
a
here.
Shit. You hear something? When I was a boy, all I ever dreamed of was becoming an attorney like my father. But then, during my time with Mr. Von Karma, I learned the way of the prosecutor instead. Eventually, with the help of some good friends, I found my own voice and a new way to live. But now my career as a prosecutor is at risk of being taken away from me. It may be time to take another long, hard look at how I want to live my life, whether I like it or not. April 2nd. Later that day.
Hey, Gregory. Sorry for reporting in so late. It may have taken 18 years, but we're finally in a position to prove Samson's innocence. All thanks to your boy, Miles. I couldn't have done it without him. You should have seen him. The way he fought for the truth gave me chills. It was like I was watching you. Look, I know I'm not half the attorney you were, but those guiding principles you tried to instill in me, I like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on your legacy. Here's hoping. Your boy will be joining me in that soon.
Am I going to fight crime as a prosecutor? Or help people as an attorney? What is the right answer? Which path should I choose?
Turnabout Legacy.
The end.
We did it!
Just
Yeah.
nearing
Well, that was
3 hours, I think, as
I
well.
think we're close to that, yeah.
Yeah, exactly 3 hours.
Yeah,
That was such a good case!
it really is. Ugh. Well, I must say thank you. I feel like crying now because of this game.
It's so good, right? It's so
It
good!
really is.
It's so good! Ah! Ugh.
I said I was crying, not for you to cry.
I'm high-key still energetic. I want to keep going.
I think it's best just to segment it here.
But,
I think pacing-wise, it's better to stop, yeah.
Thank you for the hydrate.
I'm wondering, are all these chapters called Turnabout something because it's going to be Edgeworth's turnabout from prosecutor to attorney?
No, and all the games are called turnabouts, I think.
Yeah, every
You know
single
what?
case
You know
in...
what? You know what? Let's just do like one part of the next case and we're ending it there.
I really like the next case, and you'll see why, like, really quickly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we get to the first to be continued and then we're good.
We could, alternatively do both of you want to take a break? I feel very energetic because, like, I like what's coming up. But if y'all are tired, we could take a break.
I need a fucking break.
I was gonna say, I think Fen needs one because you were coughing a lot during that one.
Yeah. Gusto took a lot out of you. It sounded fantastic, though.
It did, but I can't imagine that's easy on the throat.
I'll go grab myself a fucking snack.
Alright, go get some food.
I'm gonna go eat dinner. I'll be back a little bit later.
See ya. Alright, so... Judge, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I think you can tell already why I like this case.
It's K.
It's my love, Kay!
That was a case-centric one.
It is K-centric.
Ooh.
And then the last one is Eustace.
Oh no.
I really like this case, though. It's really good. Yep, cast time. Alright, but, as...
I got an advert.
Oh, cringe.
I was trying to get back into the stream because my YouTube reset. And I just said to myself, I want to die.
No, don't do that.
Fine, I'll remember Happy Day.
Have a weird way to start a podcast.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, a little bit.
K is the hidden lesbian key that drives all the mediocre men forward.
Alright, Judge, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Alright, so, I'll explain a little bit. So, so the name of this series is Ace Attorney. In Japanese, the series is called Gyakuten Saiban, which literally means turnabout trial. Alternatively, Gyakuten can be translated as turnabout, as it is in Ace Attorney, or it can be translated as reversal, or like turning something on its head. So, in every case is named something like turnabout something or something turnabout. For example, the first case is has turnabout sisters, turnabout samurai, turnabout. I forget what the last case is called. I only know it is case 4. It was like bridge to the turnabout, recipe for turnabout, like everything.
It's something like that. Well,
yeah.
I might Google it. Actually, no, because it spoils me because I want to play these games afterwards.
Turnabout goodbye, is that what it was? That's what it was called, yeah.
That sounds right. Because I've seen bits and pieces of the first few games, but I haven't looked too deep into them.
You're saying Edgeworth is mediocre? Yes, Ink. Yes, I am. Really? I like Edgeworth.
Edgeworth is fantastic.
He's great.
He might actually be my favorite, prosecutor in the Ace Attorney series.
I'm trying to think back to all the prosecutors. So we have Edgeworth, we have Franziska, we have Godot, we have Clavier,
I guess
we have Black Quill, we have
Pain.
Nayuda. Fucking Pain, yeah, I guess he's here too. There's Barnum. Barnum was great, actually. I really liked him.
What about Godot, I think his name is?
Yeah, Godot.
The coffee guy.
Yeah, coffee.
Godot, that was it. Yeah, coffee man.
Fanta and Ink are fucking fighting it out in my chat. Having a brawl.
God damn, guys.
Fight!
I know cooler heads should prevail here, but am I the only person who wants to see this?
Listen, I mean, we're on break right now. We can let the fight go.
Yeah, I'm on break too.
Why did Sheldon win the fight? What the fuck?
Oh, damn, Sheldon.
The fuck was that?
That's like the ref declaring victory. That's pretty cool.
That's insane.
Yeah.
It's like in an NBA game when the Busby is about to be shot and the ref just fucking blocks it.
There's a skit.
I know
it's college basketball. Yeah, RCD roll.
NCAA.
And a baby rolls onto the court. Yeah, it's good stuff. Sorry, I'm sitting next to a dog, and he's being a very handsome pupper.
What?
That's very good to hear. I'm sitting next to a cat, and he's been quite disruptive.
Yeah, the dog breath is less great. It's kind of like right up to my face, so. But
should try mouth washing.
Yeah, definitely. I should put Listerine in this dog's mouth. That's gonna go over really good.
No, I meant the game. Sorry, it was just a coincidence that.
Oh, I got your pun.
Yeah. Sure.
I remember that. I understood that reference.
Break acting. Yeah, we are.
Acting break.
Acting break.
Who's
Anyway.
Uh-oh.
Well, I guess while we're here, we should listen to some of the orchestral arrangements.
Yeah, or do onomatopoeia versions of them.
Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, I don't know any of the songs.
That's cringe. Actually, I think I like the... I think they're all on YouTube anyway.
Yes, you are a very handsome dog. You're a very good dog. Look at this pupper.
But anyway, the next case.
It's that bad, huh?
I'm sorry. I told y'all already that last case, or the fourth case in this game made me cry. Because there's just like, there's one exchange in it that just like, it really got to me.
Okay.
Yeah, Kay, indeed.
Okay.
I love her.
Okay.
You know what? I give up. Beans sound good. Anyway.
I'm not a fan of beans, actually.
I could crush a can of beans.
I do not
I mean,
like
eat it,
beans.
like.
Now it's me.
But they're good for your heart.
I'm sure.
To be fair, I'm an Italian, so I usually don't have them in anything.
Yeah, sure. The Italians aren't allowed to eat beans.
What the fuck
It's
is a
not even that, it's
bean?
just they're never, like, not in dishes from what I've heard.
That's true. Now I think about it, there's not that many beans.
Bean-based dishes in Italy.
Yeah, I feel like if you were gonna go for in that direction, you'd probably get like couscous or like, or something starchy. Yeah.
Man.
Also, update. Seth Brown, it's much worse than I thought. There's actually 3 punctures.
3 punches? What?
Punctures. My cat.
Oh, I don't like that.
Yeah.
Your cat
Like-
punctured you?
Basically, well, during the stream, I was playing with my cat, and he scratched me once on the wrist, and then bit me on the forearm.
Ooh.
Did you bite your cat back?
Did you bite him
it was like
back?
a vampire bite, actually. No, unfortunately, I haven't. I just gave him pats instead because he hates those.
Oh, okay.
Because he hates
Yeah.
those.
It's true. I've done it to him before, and he starts running away.
Yeah.
Me when I bully
Yeah,
my
this-
cat.
This pupper doesn't like it when I use the computer. He's nuzzling my arm so that I can't use it. You know, the dogs do that thing where they kind of press their nose against your arm.
I
Yeah.
remember that. I know that. Yeah. In fact, when I was younger, I had a dog, and he would actively want attention to the point where he would climb on us and get in front of our phones when we were trying to use them.
Yeah, well,
Cutie.
dog just trying to make you have a real memory, a real experience, you know, instead of living on your phone, Yuri.
I was like 10.
Exactly. Start forming those memories now.
No.
Wait, you're not 10 anymore.
I need to share devastating news with the class. I've already shared it with Sif.
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry to hear this. This is chat. Brace yourself. This is gonna ruin your night.
My Game Boy Advance SP charger is gone. I can never play it again.
Which one of you fuckers did this?
I'm so distraught. That was the first fucking Game Boy Advance I ever had, and it has a crack on the hinge too. I'm so sad.
If we find out one of you did this, like we will find out, you know.
We will find
Sif,
out.
don't heckle them. It's not their fault. I'm actually so convinced that I lost it 1 year at PAX because like that's the only. I was thinking back, and I was like, the only other place I fucking brought this is college. And then when I used to attend PAX in Texas. That's it. I have taken this nowhere else. So I am of the belief that the charger just fucking went missing on one of my trips. And
This is so sad.
Wait,
tragic.
So now I have to go find another one.
I might
Can I go
have
for a
one.
serious charger?
Sif about to
What'd you
send
say?
one to you straight up.
Oh my god.
I might have one. I mean, it would be at my parents' place, not here. But yeah, I mean, I don't use my SP anymore. I have an analog pocket, so you know, there's no point.
That's fair enough.
I think that being said, I do have the link cable, so we can trade Pokemon.
Oh my god, Pokemon
I don't have Pokemon.
Well, I don't really like Pokemon, so I don't know why I bothered to.
That's great.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never really liked Pokemon because I used to play it all the time. When my brother wanted to play it, he would just rip it straight out of my Game Boy while I was playing it.
Jesus Christ, no!
And then I finally got my own copy of Pokemon for my birthday, which was not too long ago. Fun fact.
No, I was looking at all my handhelds because I saw a post circulating recently. And chat, this applies to you. If any of you guys own an original PSP, you might want to take the battery out.
Oh,
because there's been reports that they are exploding and setting things on fire.
Oh, fun.
Yes.
So, if you have an original PSP, take that battery out.
I like to call when the battery kind of bloats up like that before it explodes. I like to call those spicy pillows.
Spicy pillows.
That almost happened to me when that was gonna be a pack.
But yeah, that's all I was doing.
What was I gonna say?
Really tragic.
Yeah, I don't have a PSP anymore. I have a Vita. Hopefully that's okay. I know the
Vita's
original.
Okay. My Vita.
The original
is still
Xbox.
common.
Yeah, the original Xbox had an issue where, and this is I think every single model, where like there was a capacitor that like handles time, like real time, and it wasn't designed properly, so they always like no matter what they will eventually leak, and the acid will come out of it and burn a hole in the center of your motherboard, which kills the Xbox. Yeah, so you got to go in there. You got to go in there and rip it out.
Oh Christ!
I love that.
Yeah, an Xbox 360 doesn't matter because they're all going to break anyway, so don't worry about that.
Yeah, they just stop working.
Nobody owns an Xbox One, so I don't want to worry about that. And nobody owns a Series S or X, so we're good.
Yeah.
I just don't vibe with the Xbox at all, actually. I think the only Xbox I liked was the original, and that was because I was younger, but I don't own one, so not like it matters.
I love the original Xbox. It was an amazing console. Yeah.
My family had an Xbox, and then I got the 360 for myself. But after that, I switched to the PlayStation.
Which, speaking of which, Sif, have you ever played the Blinks games? This is an important question.
I only thought there was one, but yes, I played Blinks the Timesweeper.
There's two. In the second one, you can make your own cat.
Kitty.
And you're just now telling me this?
I didn't know you were also a Blinks fan. I don't have anybody to talk about these obscure games with, but yes.
You need to pick an obscure game for me to talk about with you, because we can't just like do a weird like round robin chorus of like just talking about obscure games.
Fine, fuck. Have you ever played that really weird cartoony Hobbit game that was on the Xbox? Because I enjoyed that.
My brain immediately went to Sneaking, which was an Xbox game, and probably my favorite Xbox game.
You're reminding me of when you have to save the dwarves from the trolls, and that mission sucks.
Mm-hmm. It's my favorite game of all time. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. Original Xbox was really something.
I miss it.
I was.
They've remastered Panzer Dragoon.
Yeah.
They remastered Panzer Dragoon, and I got really happy.
That's cool. I was called so many questionable things on Xbox Live. Those are the days.
Oh my gosh.
Why does that not surprise me?
I mean, it's online. That's probably why.
Yeah, it's online, and they're all Xbox users, so that's already two things that aren't going great.
Yes.
I mean, Sif, did you play any of the Call of Duties on there?
Actually, only through 60.
I'm gonna go get some tea.
Get tea.
We
will entertain chat with our
and probably
weirdness.
more food. I'm starving.
Yeah, we said the code word that makes Aster leave. Call of Duty.
True.
Yeah. My bad. You know what? I'll leave as well.
I also tune out when this combination of words is said because my younger brother likes those games and I do not understand.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is Titanfall is a cooler version of Call of Duty because you can like.
I have tried to get him into Titanfall, and I have tried to get him into Armor Core, and he keeps going back to COD, and I don't know what to do.
It's like, oh no, I have to time travel and run on walls. This sucks. Why don't I just stay in the ground and, shoot at vaguely Eastern European terrorists for like 20 years, which is what Call of Duty's been doing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know. I don't go here.
Those kind of shooters don't really appeal to me anymore because like the whole thing is like, well, the enemies 10 hours in are just going to be the exact same enemies you've been shooting at for like the first 9 hours. This one's got a bit more armor, you know, like it's not fun.
The only shooters I like are the Halo series, the Bioshock series, and Singularity. You cannot make me play any other shooter. It is not possible to drag me into any other shooter. Those are the only three exceptions that I make.
Have you played the Mass Effect games?
I don't want to play them.
You should play Ultra Kill. It's really good.
Yeah, that's that's how Judge the circuitous path that led to Judge voicing Gumshoes starts with Ultra Kill.
I see.
Yeah, it's a very long timeline. But I have to ask, what about Left 4 Dead 2?
Okay, I make an exception for Left 4 Dead 2. I'm talking specifically about story shooters, and I do not count Left 4 Dead 2 as a story shooter because it's explicitly co-op.
It's much better.
I feel bad that I played way too much Left 4 Dead 1, so when 2 came out, even though it's clearly a better game, I didn't really stick with it as much. I was kind of burnt out.
I never played 1.
I never played 1 either, but you can still play the old Left 4 Dead 1 maps in Left 4 Dead 2.
Yeah. It's just at that point I was kind of burnt out.
Judge, that's incredible.
To Echo's point, Doom, I mean, I assume you mean 2016. Doom was really good, but Eternal kind of made me not like it.
That's fair.
I think Eternal's a much better game.
That is fair.
Whereas, it's all I do with 2016 is just like use the super shotgun, and I mean, I guess you could play a Nightmare and kind of alleviate that problem, but it's just not as compelling as playing Eternal.
Hold on. Do we count Alan Wake as a shooter? Because
it's an action adventure. Well, is Metroid Prime a shooter? That's the logical endpoint. No, it's an action adventure game with the use of a gun. Okay, cool, awesome. Mm-hmm. Because I also do not mentally count out the Alan Wake games as shooters, and I do play those. It becomes a thing.
Game.
A what?
I've never played a Splatoon.
I also have not played Splatoon, and I don't have interest in playing the Splatoon games, but everyone is so valid for enjoying them.
Splatoon 3 is really good. If you have a Switch, and you have online,
everyone says. I do not have online at the moment, because I do not have friends to play with.
Me neither. And my Switch is mostly RPGs that take 70 fucking hours.
Me. Yuri and I are the same type of gamer, actually.
For real. I wish I was joking. The first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The first 8 games on my front page are all RPGs.
If I'm being honest, I'm literally just waiting for Tales of Grace's remaster to drop, and then you won't see me for a good while.
I'm waiting for Dragon Quest, the Dragon Quest remake, the Dragon Quest 2 remake, and then Romantic Saga I might play as well.
You're not waiting for anything. You're playing Metaphor right now. I don't know what you're talking about.
This is true. You are playing Metaphor right now.
Tiff, give me 1 week of doing nothing, and I will beat Metaphor.
This is true. I am also like this.
I feel bad. For an Atlas game, it takes me 9 to 12 months to finish. So
it depends on which type of Atlas game. Because if we're talking Disgaea, that's a year commitment.
I just mean anything that's 80 to 100 hours long. I can't.
I was gonna say every Atlas game I've played, I've been in about a month to 2 weeks. I beat Unicorn Overlord in the first week of its release.
Oh man, I still need to play it. I'm sorry.
It's so good.
Yeah, everyone keeps telling me that, but my brain immediately, when it comes to Vanillaware games, goes, "Hey, you should replay Odin Spear for the 10th time. Yeah, and you should totally do that because you are obsessed with this game and you can never put it down."
It's that 10th playthrough that really yields the results. Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, I 100% it each time too. There is nothing left for me to do in that game.
Yeah. I will say it's here Probably you can Overlord. It's up there with me alongside Metaphor so far and SMT5 as Atlas's best games of this year.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, some of my friends keep telling me to play 13 Sentinels and I still never have. And it's another Vanillaware game that's been out forever and everyone swears by it.
I still need to play the game
I heard good things.
Actually.
Yeah, but my brain's like, no. Pick Odin Sphere back up. There you go.
The one I feel bad about is I've never played much of Nier Automata. I feel like I really probably should.
You can't feel that bad because I have played none of the Nier games.
Me neither.
Yeah. I just know a lot of people said that was the best game of 2017, and 2017 was a really good year. Like arguably the best one ever. Yeah.
See, I didn't play it, but I did study the narrative, and yes, it is very, very fucking good game.
I got my degree in Nier Automata.
It's going to sound really bad, but I've never actually played Persona 3.
I mean, it's not that popular. It's not that popular. Like you look at the sales numbers, like.
Well, no, I know it's not that popular, but like, as someone who says they're a big fan,
it is a cult classic, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm kind of playing it finally because I can play Reload, but it's been so long.
So
Reload exists for that reason.
Yeah. Every time the topic of Persona comes up, I just kind of sit here quietly because I haven't touched a single Persona game, and I don't know if I will.
honestly, that's kind of valid. The games are very hit and miss depending on the type of thing you like.
It's not even that. I do like some of the stories, but the problem is I just find the fans super annoying. I'm gonna be so real.
Oh no, trust me. As someone who is a Persona fan, we are the worst. Listen, I will say it proudly. You have to find a good group of fans, and I've found that, thankfully. But if you don't, you want to tear your eyes out with a fork.
Oh, I just opt to not deal with any fans. I have no desire to deal with fans.
The problem is if I like looking up fan art and also contributing with fan fiction, and
you can totally do that without having to like deal with the general chorus. I would hope,
just shut up all comments and don't exist. Yeah.
Which is good advice in general. The issue is Persona 4 fans are generally pretty docile. Persona 3 and Persona 5 fans are quite annoying, I would say.
Okay, Ink, you're so valid because I feel that. I like the story of that game, but the fans have completely turned me off to ever picking it up myself.
Oh, Ink doesn't like the story of Persona 5 either, so.
I mean, that's valid, but like, I can't even...
I am...
Just the fans are really annoying.
5. Oh no, but like, I will say something. If you meet a Persona 5 fan, there's a fucking 70% chance they've never read the story and they've only watched the playthrough very briefly.
This is true, yes.
It is.
I don't know, but here's the thing: if you look at like the sales numbers, like if you went into a Persona fan, they probably have played Persona 5 if they played any of them.
Yeah, but they probably skipped all the dialogue.
This is true.
Yeah, I'm saying like the chances of you running into a Persona 3 fan who's actually played the game and not Reload is statistically the lowest because that game only sold like 600,000 copies.
Yeah, it's rough.
And like the re-releases weren't that great. Like Portable I don't think anybody would be.
Didn't they change some things about the story too? Anyway, that were kind of hit and miss with some of the fans.
They gave us a new route with a female protagonist, and the big thing is I guess spoilers, but they saved a character who was meant to die in the base game.
Ew, I don't like when they rewrite shit like that because then it kind of can.
Well, it's a good thing they didn't do that again.
Oh, jeez.
The way you
I'm back.
say that makes it sound like sarcasm. Hello, Esther.
Makes it sound like they did it again.
Yeah, they did it again.
Man,
sons of bitches.
I went downstairs and I went and got food and got some water. I had like 2 cups of water and literally I inhaled that stuff. And
literally.
And I came back up because I was like, oh my god, I should have left earlier when Mugman also left because then I would take less time. And then
Mugman is still not.
And then I come back and I see that they're still muted.
They are still gone.
I was just like, man, what did I
probably eat something as well.
Go eat. Go eat.
I'll do it afterwards.
Go eat.
No, go eat.
Go eat.
But
go
eat.
eat.
Go eat.
I mean, okay. I mean,
yeah, go eat.
Eat.
I kicked him out.
It's so funny because I was about to do it.
Well,
I see how it is. Because mentally I was like, Yuri, argue with me one more time. Go get some food.
To answer your question, Echo, they're all standalone stories.
Yes.
Oh, we're talking about Persona.
You don't need to play them in order. And if you want to get into the series, I'd recommend 3 Reload as a good place to start. But I want to check out Metaphor because I have a sneaking suspicion that game might just be better than all of them. So.
I'm inclined to believe you because I will not touch a Persona game. You cannot make me.
I mean, yeah, I obviously cannot, because it's not Odin Sphere, so.
Correct.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna recommend you only games on the Game Boy Advance SP as punishment.
Okay.
I have been thinking.
What are you gonna do? Emulate them?
Yes, Aster, so I can shut Sif up and you can talk.
I have been thinking nonstop. Okay, so Blue Sky, right? Blue Sky is replacing Twitter, in particular for creatives, like artists, singers. So I'm on Blue Sky, and oh hi! Basically anyone on Blue Sky who follows me and is like a VTuber, makes music, voice acts, like anyone who follows me, I follow them back because I'm just like, I want to make connections, I want to network. And Toby Fox is on Blue Sky, and his profile on there is like very obviously his profile because it's verified on Blue Sky. And he's like exclusively been roast chicken posting. Like he posted a video of like a music that he made. It was like carpet. My house with carpet. And I've been like, I have not been able to get it out of my head because it's so funny. Like, hold on,
Say carpet 3 times, Sven appears.
No, literally.
Carpet.
Is
Okay,
it?
now that Fen is back, I will be meeting again and continuing to mod.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, here it is. Like carpet. I've been obsessed with it. I'm in the house. Like carpet.
It kind of sounds like Fen,
carpet.
Okay, but if you play Persona, I have to come along.
I've never played Persona.
Like carpet.
Like carpet.
Yeah, there we go.
Carpet.
Alright,
for the soundboard.
Right,
Yes,
here we
please.
go.
Everybody!
The first part of A Turnabout Forsaken.
Okay. Everybody, I'm ready. I promise I'm ready. Mentally, I'm ready. I promise. Intermission over.
You sound ready.
I'm ready. I'm okay. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I can do this. Okay.
I believe in you.
Thank you.
So fervently.
A Turnabout Forsaken. That was PIC.
I hereby call this meeting to order. The committee is gathered here on the side of the goddess to pass fair and frank judgment. The purpose of this hearing is to assess the professional competency of Mr. Miles Edgeworth.
Oh, that sucks.
Are you? Why are you wearing that raincoat?
Uh-oh.
No! Ah!
What?
I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Kay's dead?
Will you please stop pacing, Detective? You're kicking up dust.
But I swept the floor 3 times already!
Back up.
Then sweep
But I
it to
swept
4.
the floor 3 times already! They're gonna take your badge, Mr. Edgeworth! How can you just stand there cool as a cucumber?
We don't know for certain that they will.
Well, it sure seems like they mean to! Judge Cavell pretty much spelled it out!
Truly, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you will be called to appear before the committee in due course. course.
She said that I would be called to appear before the committee. Nothing more.
Well, I don't care! I won't stand for it! What if we never got to work together again?
I'd have thought you would welcome the prospect, Detective. After all, it would mean you could work with someone less... problematic.
Don't say that, sir! I've never heard anyone except that stupid committee say you're problematic. You're not just looking for an excuse, are you? To become a defense attorney, I mean? Because I won't let you! You're Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth! Prosecutor! You hear?
To become a defense attorney, huh? The circumstances of my father's death set me on this path to becoming a prosecutor. But I'd only been interested in the law to begin with thanks to my father as well, and his work as a defense attorney.
Are you gonna keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer. Are you listening to me, Mr. Edgeworth? I said I won't let you do this!
Really, Detective, there's no need to be so dramatic. Who knows? The next prosecutor you work for might... What? The next prosecutor you work with might be a little more lenient with your salary assessment.
Huh? Really? So, no more instant noodles? No! What are you saying, sir? I don't care about any of that stuff!
But you thought about it, didn't you? If only for a moment.
We're busy in here! Come back later!
Who's this?
Hey there, is the prosecutor in? A Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth?
Look, pal! What part of "we're busy" don't you get? Wait outside and I'll be with you in a bit!
Oh, that's not good. Your face is as red as a tomato. Red face, gritted teeth, let's see.
I said we're busy.
Wait, that's it? Stomach cramps, right? No need to worry, it's nothing an injection can't cure. Now roll up your sleeve for me, it won't hurt much.
No, thanks, pal. I'm, healthy as can be.
And who might you be?
Oh, sorry, I totally forgot to introduce myself, huh? The name's Needler, Florence Needler.
Oh, get the fuck out!
Boo!
I'm a nurse at Hertz Hospital.
The name is Hertz Hospital? Boo!
Boo!
Boo! That shit sucks. Well, nobody here is hurt, so are you sure you have the right room?
Yeah, you're Prosecutor Edgeworth, right? Wow, those are some deep furrows in your brow. Are you feeling alright? Suffering from a severe headache? I could give you an injection that'll...
I'll be fine, thank you. Could you please just tell us what you're doing here?
Huh? Oh, sure. Well, it's like this. I brought somebody to see you. Wait right there, I'll go grab her.
Wait!
Too late. I wonder who she brought along. If she's here from the hospital, maybe it's a patient. Someone you cut down to size with your trademark rapier wit.
What exactly is that supposed to mean?
See, they're right there, sir. When you glare at me like that, I lose all the will to live.
That's insane.
You don't want to send me to the hospital, do you?
Surely he's exaggerating. After all, that's the look I always give him, and nothing has happened so far. Oh.
Sorry to keep you fellas waiting. Well, thoughts?
Thoughts on what?
You don't recognize me?
Hey!
There's something about her. Something familiar.
This had your name on it. So I thought, just maybe?
So you really did
Don't
put
be
somebody in the
ridiculous,
hospital.
detective!
But look, sir! Your name's right there on the card! Public Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, plain as day!
Be that as it may.
I'm so sorry. What she's trying to say is she has amnesia.
Indonesia? The scary video game?
Yes, at least that's what they tell me.
Your parents must be so worried about her. I bet they've only been getting around 8 hours of sleep each night. You gotta feel for them.
Do I, though? Because that's quite a lot of sleep, if you ask me.
Whoa, tough break! But don't you worry, alright? Since you had this card, that means you really must know Mr. Edgeworth somehow. So just sit back, and we'll take it from here, right, sir?
At the very least, we might be able to help you figure out your identity.
Really? Will you?
It's going to come down to what you remember, but yes.
No, that's Mr. Edgeworth I know. That's the Mr. Edgeworth I know. Don't worry, miss. You're as good as healed.
Let's not get carried away here, Detective. I'm a prosecutor, remember, not a miracle worker. Oh my god. Have you seen my prosecutor's badge?
I'm sorry. I don't remember you well enough to accept a gift like that just yet.
But that's alright. I wasn't offering it to you anyway.
I'm surprised she's not worse for wear from the
falling
fall
off of a building that big.
Yeah, basically a skyscraper.
Where do we even start?
So, do you remember your name, miss?
I'm sorry.
She's been like this since you came in yesterday.
So she's only been in the hospital for a day.
No way, that's amazing! How'd you figure it out so fast?
How can one person be so emotionally draining?
They found her wandering around late last night and brought her in. I wanted to help out, so I went through her stuff to see what I could find.
And did you find anything apart from my business card?
Nothing with her name or home address. Oh, wait a second. She was wearing this. It's a pretty unique design, right?
This pin!
What the heck? They got a Grasso pin! Does that mean... Well, it can't be!
Kay! Is it really you?
Kay.
It's you, isn't it, Kay?
I'm... Kay.
Come on, Kay! You really don't remember? Look, it's me, Gummy! That's what you always call me!
Gummy? But you're an adult! That's so rude! I don't really call you that, do I? I'm so sorry! I can't believe I feel so guilty now!
What? What the heck happened to you? I've never seen you so blind! Being polite and sensitive is just not... Where's the Kay I know? You're nothing like her!
Careful, Detective. We wouldn't want her to get the wrong impression. You make it sound as if Kay isn't normally a polite or sensitive soul. Not that he's wrong exactly, but...
So, what kind of person was I before?
Well, first of all, your full name is Kay Faraday. You're bright and fun and full of energy and, oh yeah, you're a great thief!
A great thief?
There's a little more to it than that, but yes. Thieves generally steal other people's valuables from the dressers or vaults and...
Steal? But that's... Oh, that must be so awful for the people I took things from. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know I was a criminal. Maybe I lost my memory as some sort of punishment.
No, that's not what I meant at all.
I don't think that did her that much good, sir.
But it sure explains one thing. Look at these gloves. They're just the kind of person like that would wear.
Hey! That outfit!
It's what she was wearing when they found her. But we had to get her to change out of it and put on hospital clothes, so that's why I have them.
There's something on this part here. Could it have something to do with how Kay lost her memory?
I'll send the outfit over to forensics later and see what they can figure out.
Please do, Detective.
Boy, they really are some thiefy clothes, huh?
I'm a criminal.
You may be a great thief, but you've never committed a crime in your life. Rest assured, you are no criminal.
If you say so.
Perhaps we'd better leave it there for now.
I'm sorry. I wish
wish I could remember who you are.
How do we know each other exactly?
Well, that is... How do I put this into words?
You're Prosecutor Edgeworth's assistant!
I am. So, a prosecutor is the head of some sort of great thief network, then?
No, not quite.
We last saw Kay 2 days ago. Perhaps we should try to figure out what she's been doing since then. Was the pin the only item on her person when you received her, Nurse Needler?
There were a few other things, but I doubt any of it will be of much use to you.
I'll be the judge of that. Would you please show them to us?
Oh, alright then. In no particular order, I present...
A jamming ninja mask? Was she at a wit show or something?
A letter. And it's addressed to Kay. Next, a ticket stub. And finally...
A fake flower! The kind that people like to spruce up their bathrooms with, too!
It's a corsage, Detective. And they're usually worn by women.
And that's that. So, anything useful in there?
Kinda hard to tell. Frankly, I'm not really seeing a connection between any of them.
I should take a closer look at each piece later when I have the chance.
Oh, the music that's playing. This is her
Yeah, the music is like so somber. Oh my god.
Oh, this is
Never
bad! How do I get Kay's memory back? We can't just let her stay like this forever!
Calm down, Detective. I have an idea.
You do? I knew you'd come to the rescue, sir. So, what is it?
Look closely at the ticket stub.
Oh, it's for the viewing platform at the top of the big building.
Oh, goodbye, Sif.
Diff said that he'd be stepping up
A
for a little bit.
big building? You know the place?
Everybody knows it's silly. It's the hottest date spot in town. They say that if a couple hold hands while they're up there, they'll stay together forever.
This is
Well,
yesterday's
Mr.
date.
Edgeworth, if we go up there and hold hands, then
No.
maybe you'll never not be a prosecutor.
No! This is yesterday's date, and the ticket is only valid on the date specified.
Plus, it's the stub. That means you use it, right?
I think it's a distinct possibility. Well, shall we go see what we can find?
No, just like that?
The only way
Is
to
that
figure
the
out
ga-
how Kay lost her memory is to retrace her steps.
But then we'll have to, like, walk there and, you know...
I don't care! It's not for a little while yet. We have time.
Great, so can I leave Kay with you?
That would be for the best, but you don't mind, do you, Kay?
Of course not, thank you.
Alrighty then, back to work I go. If you need anything, feel free to give me a holler at Hertz Hospital, okay? I could come running with a syringe or three wherever you might happen to be.
Yes, thank you. I doubt we'll be needing that particular service. Now then, Detective, shall we get going? You too, Kay.
Yes, sir!
Yes, of course.
My god, this poor girl.
God, looking at her, I just feel so sad.
So according to this pamphlet, the big building's 50 stories high. It's all offices inside, so the viewing platform up at top is the only part that's open to the public. This one's for you, sir. They were handing them out for free in the ticket area.
How very kind of you, Detective. Alright, I think it's time we headed inside.
The big building, it's about to fall.
Look out! The big building is about to fall!
We gotta do something!
No, please, I'm begging you, stop.
Oh, it's that kid.
The kid from the last case.
Ugh, it's no good. Without fresh milk, my thoughts just aren't getting through to him.
What's happening here? What's going on with the building? Just stay calm and talk to me, kid!
Cut! I'm so sorry, we're shooting a movie. So could you,
Yes, I thought as much. Forgive our intrusion. We'll get out of your way. Detective.
Oh, sorry. Really had me going there for a second.
Is that Penny from Turnabout Samurai? It sure is. Yeah, whatevs. Hey, director guy, can we take 5? I can't work under these conditions.
I'm so sorry. Sorry. Oh gosh. So, they stopped the building from falling down. That's good.
I wish we had time to explain, but maybe later. Come along, you two. Let's make ourselves scarce.
What's up, everybody? Scarce here.
Holy shit, scarce. I haven't thought about scarce in ages.
That's an actual person?
Yeah, it was a YouTuber. It was you remember?
He did, like,
okay, do you remember that
news
one meme
content.
from like middle school where he like stepped out from behind the tree and he went, "Hey, what's going on,
in a
guys? It's
flannel
scarce
t-shirt.
here."
No?
What's up, everybody?
Plaid
It's Scarce
shirt.
here. Yeah.
No, I've never heard of that.
Really?
No.
Oh, okay. Whoa! Get a load of the view! Feel the sun in your face!
The wind is very strong up here.
That's okay! You just sit behind me and Mr. Edgeworth here! We're both more than big enough to get that breeze away!
Speak for yourself. Well, Kay, does this place bring back any memories?
I'm not sure. Have I really been here before?
Perhaps simply encouraging her to talk will help. Kay, please. Any thoughts or feelings that come to mind might be a clue we can use.
Alright. I don't know if this will be of any help at all, but... I still can't be sure if I've even been here before. It's so high up and the wind is so strong. It's terrifying. I don't remember... I don't remember anything. It's no good. I'm so sorry.
I think 103, maybe, then. Like the first or third.
Yeah, we need to
To
press
press.
these probably.
Maybe
Maybe it's like a gumshoe thing,
I'm sorry.
like from the first game.
I feel so useless. I know I'm supposed to have all these memories, but I just can't remember.
You have amnesia, Kay. Don't be so hard on yourself.
Listen, sir. Maybe just this once, try not to be so intimidating, okay? Or at the very least, don't use your trademark glare on her.
Nobody asked for your opinion, detective. Fuck, that kind of goes against like everything I've been doing so far.
No, I appreciate it. I think he is talking softer. It's just that he has like a resting bitch face.
Yeah, he probably just has like an RBF. Fuck, I was trying so goddamn hard to be like a little bit softer with Kay.
No, it's
still,
good,
like,
it's good!
like the stoicism with like everyone else though.
He was being soft though. Like you saw it in his dialogue.
Yeah, so 2 and 4 I don't think really can help us, so it's...
Let's just start pressing everything, honestly. Let's start from 1. Well, this ticket
Sir,
stuff
you
says
need to take it
otherwise.
easier with her, okay? Hold it! You know...
Hold it!
I don't remember coming here at all. I can't even imagine wanting to come here. It's so high up and the wind is so strong.
Kay used to love places like this, though.
But am I really hurt? I feel dizzy just taking a look around. I don't think anyone should be allowed up here. What if an old person fell? Or a child? It doesn't bear thinking about.
There's a fence all around us, and it's plenty high. There's really no need to worry.
If you say so.
Just press everything.
If nothing is coming to mind, then just take a look around. Do you recognize anything? Anything at all?
Let's see. Cherry blossoms.
Go on.
I was standing under the cherry tree. Yes, I was trying to stay out of the rain. It was raining. I remember now. And there was a red something.
So it was raining. She was underneath the cherry tree. She saw something red from where she stood. But what?
Was it something I said?
No, but if you could add that to your testimony, we can explore it further.
Okay, I
Saw
guess press
something
on that.
Press this again? I don't think we can present anything. This something red. Can you tell me any more about it?
I'm not sure. It was just a red thing. That's all I can say.
What can we see nearby that's red? Was it the concession stand over there, perhaps?
A stand. A red concession stand. Yes, I think that was it. Somebody was walking toward me from beyond it.
And then what happened?
Then, I'm sorry.
That's alright. If you could just add what you've told us to your testimony.
You do have to press. There was someone walking toward me from beyond the concession stand.
Okay, concession stand. Do we have anything that we can present to that?
Okay, something walking towards me from the concession stand.
The pamphlet? Yeah, the
cross-section
big building
view.
pamphlet?
That would be impossible
Beyond
because
the
the thing in the
stand.
way. So then there's something wrong.
Something must be
I
wrong
can't
with
believe
your
he's doing
memory.
this to a girl that
How
has
did you do
amnesia.
that? Yeah.
Poor Kay.
God damn it.
I found,
Edgeworth.
I found a contradiction in your memory.
In your shit
Your memory fucking sucks. Get better.
Poor girl.
You say that you saw someone over there standing by the stand, and that they were walking toward you?
Yes, I can see them getting closer.
Are you sure it wasn't a ghost?
No, it was a person, I'm sure of it.
But from where you were standing, anyone you saw on the other side of the concession stand would have to have been floating in midair, hundreds of feet above the ground. So how on earth could it have been a person?
I'm not lying, I promise. Somebody read the stand. Somebody read, and they were on the other side. They were walking towards me, getting closer and closer, and then they.
Holy shit.
Kay, what's the matter? You're alright. We're here. Whatever it is, it can't hurt you.
I was pushed and I fell by a person in a red raincoat.
A person in a red raincoat who could walk on air? And who supposedly pushed her off of the building? None of this makes any sense. But the least of which, nobody could fall from this height and survive!
Sif, go. Oh wait, never mind.
Sif isn't here.
No!
My whole body
Attention,
is shaking.
everyone. Please stay right where you are. What's wrong, officer? I'm Detective Gumshoe. Mind filling me in? Yes, sir. A body has been discovered here. A body?
Shut it. Whose body exactly?
Not sure. We're still working on it, but what we do know is that the victim is a young woman. And that her name is Kay. What in blazes?
What? A woman whose name is hey, maybe we should go to the next part. Let's go to the next to be continued. Let's go to the next to be continued. Let's go to the next to be continued.
Okay.
Quite the hook. Holy shit.
This case is good. Oh,
That's not Kay. Okay, that's not her.
Yeah, we're good. She's
That's some old hag, you know, old bro.
I just Kay in this case just
I'm assuming you knew it was Kay from the beginning when you first played this.
When I first played that, or when I first saw that beginning portion, I just remember going through it, seeing her walk into the room, and I just remember thinking over and over, that is not Kay. I was like, it looks like her, like the same eyes, the same hair, but like, this isn't her. It's so different. And then like,
Like, I kept trying to, like, fight it off, and then they brought up the pin, and I was just like, holy shit. It makes me so sad.
Wait, this room! Officer, isn't this...
Oh, shit.
Yes, sir. This is the trial chamber of the Committee for Prosecutor Excellence. So it's here now?
I knew that they'd moved out of the prosecutor's building. I had no idea that they'd come here.
So it's in there. Okay.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, and Kay too! How are you all doing? Is Kay feeling any better?
Oh, you're gonna have to do a grandma voice.
Oh, God.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, lordy, lordy. I've got this, I've got this.
Hold on, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna drink some water.
Kay! Babes, I'm going to investigate everything in every room. I think in this room in particular, there's one interaction that just really got to me.
Alright, we'll be thorough then. We heard that there was some kind of incident. I'm sorry, but who might this be?
This? This is my grandma. Hold on a second. Name's Hilda Hertz, Sonny. And who the heck might you be?
I have to change voices.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, at your service. Nurse Needler, your grandmother's name... Hertz, is she?
Yep, she's the director of Hertz Hospital.
Oh dear God. This old woman is the head of a hospital?
Don't you won't foggy me, you damn reprobate!
How did she do that?
Whoa! Sounds like you're kind of a big deal, ma'am!
Oh, that's not Not wrong at all. Oh, him. He's the one looking after the girl. The one with amnesia?
It seems Dr. Hertz is a bit of an introvert.
Want me to fix those brow furrows of yours, Sonny?
Oh, there's no fixing those, ma'am. They're done like incurable.
You sure you want me to say that, Grandma? Well, alright then.
Now, I don't got a dang thing more to say than none of ya. You go on about your business, you hear? As long as that business don't involve messing with the deceased body, I got work to do.
Wait, please. Why are you sent?
Not a dang thing, I tell ya.
Hey, you can't talk to us like that. What gives? You the right, huh, pal?
Oh, didn't I mention? Grandma's also a coroner. She's in charge of this case, which means exactly that.
What do you mean, exactly what?
How am I supposed to know? She said it, not me.
It's like I'm trapped in a comedy routine I can't escape.
Well, we've got a body to be looking at. Catch you later, gang, and take care.
I'm just giving her my natural voice at this point.
Start!
Oh, what the heck is their deal?
What does it matter, as long as we have permission to investigate?
What does it matter? It matters a bunch, sir.
What will you do now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Examine the scene of the crime, of course. What kind of prosecutor would I be if I didn't? Alright, let's get to work.
That person over there is called Kay, right? Surely that means I can't be the Kay you know.
That's what we're looking to figure out. But don't worry, you're the Kay we know. I'm certain of it.
Thanks.
Kay, who lost her memory, and the victim who shares her name, both meeting their respective fates here at the big building. No doubt this case will be the key. Will be the key to restoring our Kay's memories. I'd stake my life on it.
Oh. Kay's so important to him, it makes me want to cry.
Yes,
Can I help you with something?
Can't present any profiles.
I don't know why, but her profile looks like a nun to me for some reason, with the bandages in her hair.
Yeah, it kind of does. I get it. Like it looks like the cloth.
Yeah.
You like pins, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
Not particularly, no.
Still, you always seem to have one on you.
It's a part of the job, I'm afraid. And this one is also a piece of evidence.
Oh, so you carry things you don't like around as a form of willpower training.
That's not it at all.
Cute.
This is quite the room. Oh, it's this one. The big wooden boxes full of books. The big person carved out of stone. The sparkly window.
It seems you've even forgotten the names of some everyday objects. Let me try to jog your memory, Kay. Repeat after me. Bookshelves.
Books. Elves.
Stained glass.
Stolen glassware.
Law books.
Law breaker.
Goddess statue.
Got this snatched too.
Is it just me or are all her mistakes pointing in a certain direction?
It's in her blood.
You were loudly claiming to be my assistant just the other day, Kay. Do you really not remember anything? Does nothing about me come to mind at all?
Oh, maybe I do remember one thing. I remember being on the viewing platform up on the roof.
Yes?
And you were pointing your finger at me.
Go on.
And asking me questions with a scary look on your face!
That was only a few minutes ago!
Wow! Poor kid! Literally, her only memory is of you trying to catch her in a contradiction, sir. I'm scared too! I might have even given up right there and then. Yeah, that'd be at the end for me, for sure.
If you think that's scary, detective, just you wait.
I just realized that Gumshoe's voice, even though it's more based on Patrick, but a higher, like, but a bit of a higher register, it also loose, like, sorta sounds like another voice. I'm not sure if you've heard before. Do you want to know what it is?
I would like to know what it is.
God, that's just... Good morning. Good morning.
Where have I heard that before?
It's Uncle Grandpa. Uncle
Oh
Grandpa.
my god! You're right!
Uncle Grandpa sucks! What did you just say? I said Uncle Grandpa sucks! Oh no, you did. Time to die, Omnima. Ouch! Mummy, oh, mummy, oh.
God, I haven't thought about Uncle
Grandpa
Grandpa
was
in
that
so
guy.
long. Uncle Grandpa! Man,
Holy shit, Jeff.
what a throwback.
You must remember Detective Gumshoe, Kay. You and he were very close.
Yeah. Don't I remind you of anything?
Remind me of...
Damn, you
My
got
Uncle Grandpa.
exclamation point judge. Dotted. That's insane.
Remind me of...
Some
Wait,
sort of relative?
I do remember
A
something!
mixture of two?
I remember Mr. Edgeworth scolding you, and not just once, hundreds of times!
That's no memory, kid. That's just the joy of a day-to-day life together. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Joy, is it? Huh. I must not be doing a good enough of a job reprimanding you then. I'll just have to try harder next time.
What else can we present to her?
I was carrying this, wasn't I? I'm sorry, I don't remember anything about it.
Nothing at all? Even the tiniest clue could help.
Alright, let's see... I think I might have just grabbed it on reflex when whatever happened to me happened. There's a saying, right? A falling person will clutch at a straw? What's the matter? You're making a strange face.
I don't want to dissuade you from trying, but please, I need you to think a little more before you speak.
I understand.
So it's generic dialogue. The letter K was carrying. Dear K, don't worry. I'll make sure you get your precious thing back. Rosie. Aw, damn! I guess she doesn't remember anything, so I guess nothing we say will have any bearing. Oh yeah, glad to hear him, Miguel.
Sorry, but we're kind of busy right now.
Grandma's still looking at the body.
You stay the heck out of my way, you hear?
So, could you give us a few more minutes?
Of course. We'll come back and examine the body ourselves later after she's done.
I think that's way better for you, Esther. Just pretending to, like...
Instead of doing a fucking old man.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah.
And on top of that, it's like very infrequent. So I just get to be like, and then that's it.
Yeah.
I should probably just say ahem instead, because if you too much, it's bad for your throat. I could just I guess.
Or ahem.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking of that.
There's many different ways of saying ahem.
Ahem!
Ahem, coughs Flynn.
Did you
Officer, tell me about the security arrangements for this room.
Yes, sir. You need a special keycard to enter, sir.
Interesting. So not just anybody can enter? In which case, the person who discovered the body would have been...
Yes, sir. A member of the committee. They found it when they arrived for today's hearing.
The hearing. My hearing. It would be underway right now if it wasn't for this.
Oh my.
That's a lot of books, sir. It's kind of intimidating if you ask me.
Intimidating? What could be more welcoming than a good book, detective?
Guess that depends. I got the chewing out of my life in a library back in the day for running laps inside it. But this isn't really a library, is it? So maybe I could jug around a little, work off some of that anxiety?
What? What? Something tells me that if I don't stop him, he might very well start running around and around.
Come on, sir, let's go for a spin!
It's a statue of the goddess of justice.
You sure know your stuff, sir. So, does she dole out blessing now or something? I didn't read the rest of that line.
You got it.
She's not that kind of goddess, detective. She's a symbol of the sanctity of the law. The scales represent justice, the sword, retribution, and the blindfold shows her impartiality. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. I don't know, maybe the fucking blood! There's a pool of blood here at the foot of the statue. Judging by the amount and how it has spread, I'd say this is where the victim was killed.
Yeah, I could probably guess that.
But the body's on the table behind us, sir. How come?
Like for it being coronated and shit.
No.
Oh.
I can only surmise the killer must have moved it for some reason after committing the murder. What that is, I don't fucking know.
Sorry to intrude.
That's the two.
Hi,
Hey!
Oh, it's Manfred von Kammer's theme.
Oh my god, Judge, you're gonna piss off.
Goodbye.
That really did not take long. Holy shit, that was instantaneous. You had that on lock. Oh my fucking god.
Hi, welcome in, Andrew. Who are... Huh? What's that, Grandma?
I know that voice anywhere. That's Von Karma's little girl.
Oh, so you two know each other.
Hi, Sif.
It has been
Hi, Sif.
too long, Grandma Hertz. And you as well, Miles Edgeworth.
What's she doing here? Franziska von Karma. She is the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a prosecutor like myself. These days she's mainly been working with Interpol. Though I thought she was supposed to be abroad.
Don't look so surprised. Where my investigations lead, I follow, no matter where in the world that might be.
Which means that there must be some kind of international angle to this case, yes?
You know full well I've been pursuing a certain smuggling ring that we pursued for the entire first game and was completely meaningless to us, but anyway, and that I won't rest until it's been destroyed and its ill-gotten goods recovered.
So the smuggling ring is involved then?
That information is to be shared on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know.
I see she means to be as helpful as ever.
Miss Von Karma, was it? Grandma wants to tell you something.
I'm about done here. Scene's all yours.
In that case, we'd like to examine the body ourselves too, if you wouldn't mind.
I mind plenty. I remember where I heard about you now, you dang varmint. Don't need no soon-to-be ex-prosecutor messing the place up. Go on, get!
Just remember it's not me saying this stuff, okay?
Please, Granny. It's important.
Why are you calling her Granny, little missy?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you.
This is going nowhere. Didn't want to have to do this, but... Francisca, I need you to aid us in this investigation. We have to see that body up close or we'll never learn the truth about what happened to Kay.
As in... Kay Faraday?
Please! You gotta help us out here! Kay needs us!
I don't know what you're up to, but very well.
Thank you. You won't regret it.
Of course, I expect to receive a full explanation when I grill you later.
We owe you, sir! Big time!
I wasn't talking to you, Scruffy! Well, Grandma Hertz, will you allow them to examine the body?
I ain't about to say no to an international big shot like yourself, hon. But are you sure about this?
Yeah, I agree with Grandma. Are you sure you're sure? Of course I'm sure. It's my prerogative to judge the whole world in my name. That's just common sense.
Of the extremely arrogant sort, I suppose.
Perhaps, actually. Fuck.
Suit yourself, but don't say I didn't warn ya.
Well, you heard her. Try not to get fired, okay?
Don't worry. It'll take a lot more than this to ruin my reputation should things turn sour.
Unlike me, who's on the verge of losing my badge.
We got investigation. Let's get that body.
Woof! Dear me.
Well, one thing's for certain. She's dead as shit.
No, literally, that's
I mean, this isn't Kay. She doesn't even look like her.
I think we knew that already, Detective. RK standing right over there, after all.
RK.
The victim looks to be in her 30s, wearing a white suit.
Could be she worked in one of the offices here in the building.
Perhaps, but for now, she remains unidentified. The question is, why did the police seem to think her name was Kay? I'm gonna scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Hey,
It's
give me
Kay's
like
promise notebook!
Like 20 seconds, I'll be right there.
Okay. I'm not okay. You wear me out. Looks a little too much like Emma Skye for comfort. Don't worry, Emma is alive. So there's a lot of things going on here. First of all, she has Kay's promise notebook, which is very concerning. She has 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 bullet holes in her? That's insane. She looks like a beehive. Insane.
Murder case? Yeah.
I'm gonna get this off the screen, actually. This is pretty unpleasant to look at.
Dead body? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's kind of a gnarly thing to come back to.
No, literally. Also, hi, Civ.
Were you aiming to kick me from the call as well, Aster, before I actually left?
Yes, I was thinking about it. I was very much thinking about it.
What did I miss?
I don't even remember what you did. I just remember it pissed me off.
That seems
I
weird.
just said,
I mean,
I just said that Francisca's theme was Manfred's.
Oh, yes. When I had like a whole tangent about how much that sort of thing pissed me off.
Yeah, exactly. That's why when she appeared, it's like, oh my god, now's my chance.
Return.
Fuck you. So rude. Anyway, do y'all see why I wanted to keep going? Like, ugh, god, this case
Yeah,
is...
I get it.
Alright, let's go.
This book.
What the? That's Kay's promise notebook!
Oh, baby Kay.
It's where she wrote down all the promises she made to her dad. Haven't seen this in a while.
Indeed.
Kay's promises to Daddy. Promise 1, never take things from a stranger. Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger.
A book of vows, made by a child to her father.
Promise 3, always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Promise 4, never cry in front of strangers. Promise 5, always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand.
But what exactly is it doing here?
Oh! I just remembered something Detective Bad told me a few years back. It said something precious to Kay and disappeared from the station.
What? Evidence went missing from police custody?
Detective Bad said he looked for it everywhere, but no dice.
Look at this man. And why did it turn up here of all places? You there. What do we know about this notebook, officer?
Sif, time to shine!
I wasn't.
Sif muted!
Oh, sorry, muted.
Okay.
I need a voice here.
Does not matter.
The victim was holding it, but nope, too fast. It was the only thing with any kind of... Now we're moving on. Show must go on. With any kind of name on it at the time.
So that's how she became Kay.
Talk about a red herring. Still doesn't explain how she ended up with it, though.
If only we had a few more leads on the victim's true identity.
Alright.
Holding a phone. Pure white jacket with a deep red stain on its lapel.
I think it's a card.
It's a card, yeah.
Okay, sorry, fucking credit card.
Here's my...
Kind of predates smartphones.
Also, also the fact that it's fucking that big, alright? Give me a break. Like, it's a big-ass credit card.
Not really.
Yeah, I grabbed my credit card and it's not even bigger than my palm.
You have big-ass hands. I don't want to hear it. You have yaoi hands. Shut up.
Yeah.
Oh no, I do too.
Yeah. Alright, the two of you can stop bragging about being taller than me. It's cool.
Okay, so the real test. How far can you reach on a piano? Can you reach an octave? Can you reach...
I can definitely do an octave. Yeah, I can do like, I think 10 keys.
Okay, your hands are pretty big.
Yeah, my hands are pretty big.
And yes, I do actually have yaoi hands. My hands are fucking massive.
I struggle to make an octave.
I can hold a basketball with one hand, so that's pretty big.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I have pictures of it.
What's wrong with y'all? Ugh, y'all are so weird and big. Weird tree cult, like the basketball players.
Yeah, I'll post it after the stream.
Ugh.
This jacket. The buttons are on the wearer's right-hand side.
What's so weird about that? Buttons always go on the right, no?
Not on women's clothes. Traditionally, the buttons would be on the left.
Is that true? Hold on. Hold on.
What?
Aster's leaving.
I
don't know, like Mondays, am I right?
True.
Yeah.
I hate my
crazy.
Mondays.
Yeah. Give me some darn enchiladas. I think it's kind of cool that Promise 6 was to never fall off a 50-story building and Promise 7 was to never lose your memory.
They're right.
Okay.
They're right. All my buttons are on the right or on the left.
I want to thank you for bringing that to our attention. I didn't bash enchiladas, I just don't order them.
Those aren't burns, those are bullet holes.
Bro.
You should know that band-aids don't fix bullet holes.
Can we please move on? I want to get this off the screen.
Okay.
Judge, please.
Judge.
Like I always say, sir, you sure know how your stuff.
This is common knowledge, detective.
No, it's not!
Nothing else seems amiss. Wait, what's in this pocket?
A pair of gloves, also white.
They don't seem to be soiled in any way. I imagine they must have belonged to the victim.
So she probably held her hand against her wound when she got shot.
Meow.
Please.
Sorry. There's something pinned to the jacket here. Piece of magenta fabric.
Whatever it was, it looks like it was torn off pretty roughly.
I mean, it's pretty obvious what this is.
Could this be related to the evidence somehow? Judging by its appearance, I'd say that the flower Kay was carrying originally belonged to the victim.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it does look like it's made out of the same fabric.
Indeed. Let's make a closer comparison.
The torn edges match up exactly! You've got one heck of an eye, sir!
Magenta flower updated in my organizer.
If the flower belonged to the victim...
This implies a connection between the victim and Kay Faraday. Furthermore, it appears that the flower was torn off with considerable force. Kay Faraday was involved in the incident somehow, and based on what we're seeing here, we may have no choice but to treat her as our main suspect.
What? But there's no way she could have done this! I can't even begin to imagine it! There isn't a murderous bone in her body!
Nevertheless, we lack the evidence to disprove such an assertion.
For the moment, we're simply considering all the possibilities. Isn't that right, Miles Edgeworth?
For better or worse, yes.
Alright, so let's get the burn on her hand.
It seems she suffered a serious burn to her hand at some point.
You think it has something to do with how she died?
No, this scar's too old for that. But imagine it happened some time ago. She's holding something. Detective, could you open her hand for me?
Yes, sir! Right away! What is this? Wait, I know!
I wonder what it could be.
It's a loyalty card! Probably from a store.
It's a key card!
Why, sir, why?
The question we should be asking is, who does it... What does it open?
Yeah, what does it open?
What does it open? Sorry, 1 second. Water.
You good?
Yeah. My eepiness is getting to me, though.
After
The victim's hair is caked with blood.
Looks like she was hit with something, huh?
Unfortunately, it's too early to say for certain. Perhaps an answer will turn up as we investigate further.
You think this could have been the murder weapon?
A 3-armed candelabrum. The victim suffered the same number of puncture wounds to the chest. Puncture wounds that could well have been made by these spikes.
A candelabrum?
Not quite, Detective. A candelabrum. A candle holder, in other words.
Ah, I got you. That reminds me. I forgot to pay my electricity bill a while back, and I had to live by candlelight for a whole month.
What? Who does that in this day and age?
So I think we're done here. So we investigated her head. Oh, the puncture wounds, I guess.
It doesn't look as if there's anything in the chest pocket.
Nothing except this hole right here.
By the look of how the fabric was torn, I think it was pierced by something sharp.
Can't keep your coins in there now. They'd all fall right out.
Have you never heard of a change purse, detective?
Sure have, sir. It's another word for a pocket, right?
I give up.
That was a great delivery. That was awesome.
Yeah. I could have just been like, I give up. But no, I was no. Like I just imagine him like throwing his hands in the air like I give up. Effort. I give up.
It really made you feel like you gave up.
No, literally.
Yeah. There was no effort like in his delivery, so
exactly,
like because he gave up everything.
So good. Thank you, darling.
I would imagine that the victim's keycard probably grants access to this room, wouldn't you?
Let me go find out, sir. I'm back. They found some details on the keycard in the security system. It's for this room, just like you said.
So the victim was able to enter and exit this chamber freely.
Assuming that the keycard actually belonged to her, yes.
Indeed.
Investigation complete.
Yeah! Seems we're no closer to discovering the identity of our victim.
Then, am I really Kay? Can you really be sure?
Of course we're sure. What are you talking about?
Thank you. And that person lying there?
Is someone you may have murdered, but that's all we can say for now. Why the fuck would you say that?
No! There's no way she did it! Isn't that right, sir?
Indeed. I don't believe the Kay we know could have done something like this.
You're becoming a real softie, Miles Edgeworth. Well, look who it is again.
I know that voice. It's a winner, isn't it? I fucking knew it.
With a winning smile and the #1 name in the business, it is I, Prosecutor Eustace Winner. It's winning time!
Even better. All right.
Please forgive the intrusion. Step away from that body, Edgeworth. I didn't call for you, and I don't need you. This case is mine. It's what the victim would have wanted.
You knew the victim?
So it really is her. But be not afraid, everyone, for the goddess of justice will guide us to the truth. She sure will! Now that I'm here, everything's gonna be alright. Whoever did this will live to regret it. I'll show them— Miles Edgeworth! Who is this imbecile?
Why am I getting the death glare? I've got nothing to do with him!
Franziska von Karma, I presume? My apologies. I should have introduced myself sooner. Verity Gavel, at your service. And the deceased in this case is Rosie Ringer, attorney at law, and a member of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence.
I see. That would explain the keycard. So you're the lead prosecutor?
Yup.
Again?
Which means this case will be so— You didn't tell me your name, wrong voice. You didn't tell me your name yet, little boy. If you want to know my name, all you have to do— Ow! Stop babbling and tell me, now! It's Eustace. Eustace Winner.
I think we've established where the balance of power lies in this particular room.
Mr. Guy in charge? Here, this is from Grandma.
What's this? Oh, the preliminary findings! Looks like it's game over for you, Edgeworth.
This isn't a game, Mr. Winner.
Alright, that's me done. See you next shift.
Yep, home time. I could murder a bowl of noodles right about now. We're out of here, everybody. Stay healthy.
Huh?
Let's see. So the wound on her head is from when she fell over after she died? Eustace? It was the candle holder that killed her, huh? And she died sometime late last night. What now, Gavel? It's very kind of you to share the coroner's findings with everybody, Eustace. But perhaps you should leave it there, We wouldn't want you to strain your voice, after all.
No, that would be a tragedy.
Anyway, that settles it. We need to arrest Kay Faraday!
What? What the heck are you talking about?
I think Eustace's meaning was very clear. Miss Faraday is the murderer. And though she is dressed differently than usual, this young lady covered in bandages is Miss Faraday herself, correct?
You really mean to arrest her, here and now? If you do, then I'll be forced to object. Loudly. Forcefully.
And as if further confirmation
Don't
were
make him
needed,
shout!
there it is. The committee was right to call your conduct into question. It is questionable in the extreme.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Just go. It's fine.
Fine? This is anything but fine, Kay.
I still don't remember anything. So, maybe I did do it. Maybe I killed that poor woman and I just don't remember.
The goddess smiles on those who confess their sins. It is her wish that our confessions cleanse us. She applauds your commitment to the cause of justice, as do I.
Judge Gavel, Eustace, if you really intend to arrest Kay, could you at least explain your grounds for doing so? I, for one, certainly don't intend to yield. Not until I've seen some evidence to support your accusations.
Then allow me! Prepare to be hit with a face full of deductive genius, Edgeworth! Are you kidding me?
Deductive.
You're right. They call it the human race because somebody has to win it, and that somebody is me.
Did he just say that?
Oh my god. That is.
Did he really just say that?
No, that is amazing. That is amazing.
This is really good. This is great.
I'm actually gonna dip after that. I don't think I want to be here anymore.
Damn.
That was amazing. Holy crap.
This
No.
Awful.
If there's one thing I have to say, I can very much appreciate how well done this localization is. I think about it more and more because like I've played so many Ace Attorney fan translations and I've also played the game in Japanese sometimes and I'm just like, God, the localization is so well done. I won this race too! I saw it before anybody else did! Kay Faraday's the murderer, no doubt about it! She snuck into the committee chamber looking to do some of her trademark great thieving, which means that nobody but her could have killed Rosie Ringer!
Deductive genius? That was a total mess.
I don't know why the way you said that made me laugh so much. And if Detective Gumshoe is saying that, you know it must be bad. I asked you to explain your grounds for arresting Kay, yet you have explained exactly nothing.
True, but we haven't seen any proof of her innocence either.
It's alright, Kay. Mr. Edgeworth will pull off a miracle somehow. You just gotta believe in him.
My deductions aren't acts of divine intervention, you know.
Well, Miles Edgeworth, I'd hate for you to disappoint me. But in the event that you do, I will be sure to freely let you know.
What the fuck do we even do here? This is one of the most ridiculous minds I've ever
already
seen.
we kind of can prove when Kay Faraday's the murderer, no doubt about it. She snuck into the committee chamber looking to do some of her trademark great thing. No, because the fucking key card blocks entry to it.
She can't get in here. But you just got here. Literally, that's what I'm saying.
Are you familiar with this room, Mr. Winner? It certainly sounds like you are.
What can I say? Winners know where winners go. I'm number 1 and 2 and 3.
In other words, the majority of your work is second, if not third rate.
Why do you always have to make fun of me?
You can take it as a slight if you wish, but the fact remains that you seem unfamiliar with this keycard.
What do you take me for? Of course I'm familiar with it. You need one of those to get in here. Don't you? Have you no shame? Ah!
Mr. Winner, do you really even suspect Kay?
Of course I do! She did it! Faraday's the killer!
Then perhaps you can tell us how Kay got into such a secure room as this without a keycard.
You know, there was the... and she... yeah.
What? A masterful summary. Now, as we know, only members of the committee have keycards. Therefore, only they can enter.
Precisely.
What do you have to say now? Oh my god. Is she agreeing with me?
Please take a look at this. I had security pull the data earlier. As you can see, the door to this room was opened at 12:52 a.m. with Miss Ringer's keycard. We cannot know for certain, of course, but who's to say the culprit didn't enter the room with Miss Ringer, and then kill her over some sort of subsequent disagreement?
It's certainly a plausible theory, but that's all it is. For one, it would require the victim and her murderer to have known one another.
Yeah, and Kay didn't know the woman. I'm sure of it.
How can you possibly be sure of such a thing? That's pure speculation on your part, Detective. There's no place for guesswork in the courtroom or at a crime scene. Hard evidence is what's required. In that case, are you suggesting that you have said hard evidence to support your theory? Evidence that Kay Faraday and Rosie Ringer knew one another? But of course.
What?
I have here a letter. Dr. Hertz found it in the victim's chest pocket.
Another of the victim's possessions? And you kept this to yourself until now? You planned for this, didn't you? Is that why?
It was the candle holder that killed her, huh? And she died sometime late last night? What now, Gavel?
It's very kind of you to share the coroner's findings with everybody. But perhaps you should leave it there. We wouldn't want you to strain your voice after all. Judge, that bit is so good. I love it. I'm stealing it. It's mine now. But credit where credit is due. Shall I read it for you? Rosie, thanks so much for helping to agree with my plan. Now we can both get what we want. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. Kay. This would seem to indicate pretty strongly that the two of them were accomplices, wouldn't you say? Accomplices in a plot to steal from the very room in which we are standing.
No!
Wait, so your principal suspect is...
Miss Kay Faraday, for the second crime, as well as Miss Ringer's murder. I'm the principal suspect?
Don't listen to her! It's all lies! All of it! You're not like that! You'd never do any of that stuff they're accusing you of!
Then how do you explain the letter, Detective?
Like Mr. Winner, I suspected that Judge Cavell herself had some proof to support her accusation. But I didn't expect it to be quite so definitive.
Nicely done, Gavel!
Thank you, Eustace.
Hold it! We're not done here yet! I still have questions! And you'd better have answers!
Would you mind if I handle this, Eustace?
Be my guest! Have fun arguing Edgeworth into the ground!
I can't let them steamroller me on this! I have to find a way to take back the advantage!
As the letter more than adequately proves, Miss Faraday and Miss Ringer were acquainted. It seems Miss Faraday had helped for Miss Ringer's help in a plot of some kind. But for whatever reason, their alliance must have broken down. Miss Ringer lost her life in the resulting disagreements, but she had one last card to play. The letter she kept safe in her left chest pocket, which spells out the name of her killer.
Oh, she's good. Better than me, even. Better than ever, even. You think you could take her down, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, of course.
Don't do this out of pride, Miles Edgeworth. If you're going to fail, do it on somebody else's time.
Hey! Whose side are you on, sir?
There is only one side to be on, Scruffy. The side of the truth.
Oh, uh-oh. Looks like the kid's got something to say.
Well, if there's only one side to be on, then it has to be on the... Ah! Quiet, you.
screams as him are so perfectly pathetic. I love it so much.
They're slowly devolving. I've noticed.
Yeah, I know. He's slowly becoming like more and more fucking like.
Wouldn't the hospital have the time Kay came in? That's a good point. They should, shouldn't they?
More importantly, I think that left breast pocket wouldn't make sense because that was where the wound was on the fucking candelabrum.
That's true.
So like the letter wouldn't have remained intact and therefore would have been planted after that happened and therefore
It's fake.
that would be someone implicating Kay.
Thank you, Franny. I love you.
They were acquainted.
So is there a way that evidence to say that? Just like coroner's findings? Left side of the chest, boom. Yeah. I'm a heckin' smart lad.
That's what I'm saying.
So the victim kept the most vital clue of all closest to her heart. How very touching.
Hold on, I needed to turn off my fan. It's cold in here.
Fair enough.
The voices of the dead fight to be heard, and even then they don't always reach us. But her voice rang loud and true, and it told us that Miss Faraday is her killer.
I think you may have misheard her, Your Honor. Or perhaps an evil spirit was trying to mislead you.
Hey! You take that back!
Nuh-uh.
Yaha!
Perhaps we should try listening to the words of the coroner's report instead. Nuh-uh!
Yaha!
By all means. If I recall correctly, the victim was stabbed on her left side. No!
Yes, I'm afraid so. You claim that the letter was found in the victim's left chest pocket.
Right, where she was stabbed by the candle holder.
Indeed. 3 puncture wounds to the chest, and yet not one to the letter. Miraculous, no? Adrian! No.
No.
Well,
you,
Judge Cavell, how do you explain that? Because I can think of one explanation. That the letter was deliberately placed there after the fact in order to cast suspicion on Kay. I literally called it. Someone went to a lot of trouble to create the crime scene we see before us. And that someone is the real culprit, who almost certainly also forged this letter.
No!
It's clear that the culprit intended to frame Kay by means of that letter.
And you fell for it hook, line, and sinker.
No! Faraday did it! The letter was... It was in her other pocket, yeah!
What? Seriously?
The whole left chest pocket thing was a mistake. Whoever reported it must have meant their left. Ah!
Pro double
Stop your
kill.
foolish floundering, you foolishly foolish fool! Or are you just that incurably foolish?
And you keep whipping me! And stop making fun of my deductions! Yeah!
There. Save you the trouble of disciplining him.
Yes. Even though I had no intention of doing so. The letter is stained with blood, which suggests it had indeed been placed somewhere on her left side. Therefore, I doubt there was some sort of mistaken report. Not unless that report was given by you.
Well, Cavell, say something!
No objections? Good. Then allow me to continue. So, we have established the existence of a second suspect.
No, we haven't! The murder had to get in here, remember? Who else could have gotten in apart from Faraday and Ringer?
Whoever it was would have needed a keycard. Judge Gavell proposed that the killer entered the room together with the victim. But what if there's something questionable about the very basis of her theory itself? Okay, there we go, I said it. This piece of evidence points to another suspect other than Kay.
Sus.
The victim's letter? Yeah, Rosie. So that.
But I mean, isn't it... That's her name, though.
But to another suspect other than Kay. Keycard record.
Is there any
Maybe
more
the
in
key.
the record?
What about the key? Yeah, key
Are
card.
there more? Maybe it's like, oh, it covers the entire day. Or the keycard record, not the keycard.
Oh, yeah.
We were supposed to check the. Oh, okay, sure, yeah. All right, sure, that works. I was like, oh yeah, maybe there's someone else that walked into the room beforehand. It's like, they're questionable. Look again at the keycard record provided by Judge Gavel a short while ago. As already noted, the victim's keycard was used at 12:52 a.m. The fuck? But you will note that someone else's keycard is also listed.
A mystery person who could have entered beforehand and lay in wait for the victim, you mean? This other person entered at 10:15 p.m., so it's certainly not outside the realm of possibility. Except I'm afraid it is.
Where's your evidence? Your Honor?
Your evidence. My evidence. I am the evidence detective.
I am the one who knocks.
It was my key card.
What?
There's nothing suspicious about a committee member entering the chamber as I please, is there?
Perhaps not. But that's also not the exonerating evidence you seem to think it is. Unless you could also prove that you yourself didn't murder your colleague.
What utter nonsense! What would I have had to gain from killing her?
I am sure you know how I'm going to answer that, Your Honor. I believe further investigation will shed light on any motives you might have had.
I am a faithful servant of the goddess. Why would I ever resort to an act of crime? I used my key card, that much is true, but my reason for entering this room is far from questionable.
Then perhaps you'd care to tell us why?
I had business here in the committee chamber. There were certain preparations to make.
Preparations? Sounds pretty suspicious to me.
I am not at liberty to share what I was preparing for. But I am sure Prosecutor Edgeworth can make an educated guess.
My hearing. She must have been busy gathering the documents they were going to use against me. Relieving me of my badge.
Ooh,
Right,
if this
that's
is
enough.
if this is who I think it is, I'm giving it to Judge.
What kind of voice?
He's... How do I describe him? He's intimidating, but really obnoxious.
Intimidating but obnoxious?
Intimidating but obnoxious. That's unusual.
That does not help.
It's good to keep our skills and our tongue sharp, but especially when we're young, but that'll do for now. You need to see him.
Who in the...
There he
Whoa.
is.
What in the world?
Oh, it's this guy.
Intimidating.
Like, look at this guy. He's just like... Anyway, you can change his voice as you need to, so don't worry about it.
Yeah.
We have a base?
Reference? I'm trying to remember what his... I think he does have an official objection. So let me...
It's intimidating and obnoxious. That sounds like it would be like loud and
hold on.
like talks over people.
I think
Ace
of like
Attorney
bird, but then
investigations objection.
and then jacket, and then
Yeah, there's a lot of competing information here.
yeah.
Maybe like a biker.
This guy kind of is like a walking contradiction.
Yeah, he's pretty funky.
He really is. The more I look at it.
And his facial expression, though. I mean, of course, he's on his resting face at the moment, but
That's what it sounds like.
That's his voice.
Objection. Okay.
Objection.
Objection.
That's it.
Objection. Objection. I have to actually. You have
Yeah,
to
so
send
like
it to me.
objection. Like it's kind of closed.
Objection! Objection! Ah, really takes me back to the days of my youth. Back when I would wrangle with a certain detective. He disappeared, you know. I hope he's out there somewhere living his best life. You'll have to forgive me. It's just, I get so emotional. The tears, I can't stop them.
Chairman winner.
What?
His
What?
dad?
Oh, winner, chicken dinner.
Winner? Am I the chicken?
Ah, Verity, my girl, do you ever stop working? Your dedication puts us all to shame. And is your young friend... and this young Franziska I see before me. Dear child, when did you get here so big?
Uncle Winner, it's been far too long.
What?
And so formal. I thought we were like family.
I told you, intimidating but obnoxious.
Is this the right voice? Is this...
Yes, you've absolutely got it.
I think this works. Yeah.
There's water in his glasses.
He used to sit on my knee and shout, Uncle Winner, at the top of your little lungs.
Those are his tears.
But the time goes by so very fast. One can't help but shed a tear.
Dad, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? A committee member has been murdered and you're in charge of my case, my boy.
What is this? Bring your pops to work day?
Silence! Do you have any idea who he is? This man is practically the right hand of the goddess herself. A former chief prosecutor and the current chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence.
Now, Verity. There's no need to bring all that up. I'm just a harmless old man, really.
Is that okay on your throat, by the way?
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. I've practiced this before.
Alright, then.
Jesus Christ. Allow me to apologize for the detective's rudeness. I am...
Miles Edgeworth, correct? And you're a little stubborn dick gumshoe.
Subordinate? Why is there two P's?
On your little subordinate dick gumshoe.
I mean,
subordinate.
He also said murdered. So,
murdered. I had to pay more attention. Yuck!
It's like pool goggles.
I mean, it's disgusting, but I spat in my, I think, like, you spit in your goggles sometimes to clear out, like, the fog. So, even then, it's disgusting. But, it's only disgusting when other people do it. Okay. Sorry.
God, I don't see clammy in those glasses.
I'm Excelsius Winner.
Excelsius
idiot.
Excelsius
Winner. Father to this idiot boy, among other things.
I cannot believe his fucking name is Excelsius. Are you fucking serious?
My wife and I were so happy when he was born. And now she's gone too. Evelyn only knows to where.
So, you know how it's pretty obvious at this point that the committee is really
corrupt
and also going for Edgeworth's badge in particular. Look at the badges on his jacket.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
So many.
Have you seen my prosecutors? Plural badges?
And on top of that, you notice how one of them is missing? That's for Edgeworth.
Yes, that's for...
No.
Your prosecutor badge will make a fine addition to my collection.
Dad, here, use my handkerchief.
Thank you, son. You're a good boy, in your own silly way.
The water moves when he blinks.
Yeah, the water moves when he blinks. It's so uncomfortable to watch.
Like father, like son, I suppose. Though it's hard to say who's the bigger fool. Hey, Civ, remember when you put in chat that everyone was attractive in this universe?
I still stand by that, yeah.
Hello?
You're wrong.
Or the bigger crybaby.
Well, Verity, how goes the investigation?
Thank you for asking, sir. We have identified a prime suspect, 1K Faraday. We are currently trying...
You don't have nearly enough to make her your prime suspect, and you know it! Or have you forgotten just what we discovered about the letter?
I told you, that was just a mix-up! They got the wrong part. Ah!
Don't test my patience!
Alright, that's enough. Let's all just calm down, shall we?
I'm sorry you had to see that, sir. My humblest apologies.
Kiss ass.
I think you'll all made your cases very clearly. All except for you, Eustace.
What? But Dad!
We are prosecutors, and it is our duty to identify suspects and bring them to justice. But I wouldn't dare call someone a suspect without evidence or a motive.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, I know all about your relationship to the accused.
He's crying.
Thick as thieves. Seems pretty apt based on what I've heard.
Kay's no criminal. She'll help us catch the bad guys lots of times.
Much about this case is still unclear, sir. Please, you have to let us...
It's heartwarming, really. The bonds of friendship are so strong among the young.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
That was $100 bill.
Why did you burn that?
'Cause I
That's
get
money.
bitches and money.
What?
But circumstances being what they are, I'm afraid those bonds won't be enough.
What the heck is that supposed to mean?
The prosecutor's office needs this case cleared up as quickly as possible. Time is oh so precious, and we have so little of it, and there are so many other cases. I'm sorry, but you understand, of course, don't you? All right, Miss K. Faraday. Time to come along quietly.
Yes, sir.
You're not taking her! She's innocent, I tell you!
To defy the chairman of the committee is to defy the law itself. It is an act so brazen, a hearing won't be necessary at all. Are you prepared for Mr. Edgeworth to lose his badge over this detective?
So either Kay goes down with Mr. Edgeworth? So either Kay goes down, or Mr. Edgeworth loses his badge? What the heck am I supposed to do?
You'd use his badge to shield yourselves. How the committee too has fallen.
Kay, you're innocent. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
Thank you. We've only known each other for a short while, but you've been very kind. And I'm sorry. Sorry for being a criminal.
Your contrition has been noted, Miss Faraday, and will be conveyed to the Goddess of Justice.
What in the world should I do? When I was little, all I wanted to be was like my father. To become an attorney and fight for those who can't fight for themselves. But now, my fate is tied to that of this one tiny badge. One tiny badge against the life of a dear acquaintance. Who am I kidding? There's nothing to weigh up here.
I guess this is it. Goodbye, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it! Judge Gavel! A moment, please.
Yes? What is it? Your badge! What is the meaning of this?
I am returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer!
Mr. Edgeworth! What are you doing?
Miles Edgeworth, explain yourself right now! You're giving it all up, just like that!
You can't mean it, sir! Tell me you're kidding! Please! If you're not a prosecutor anymore, then what does that make me?
I have one duty, and one duty alone. To pursue the truth. If being a prosecutor means I must turn a blind eye to the very truth before me, then I will gladly shed the title to be free! I'll carve my own path. One I believe in. I won't let my search for the truth end here!
Objection! Are you running away from the Von Karma? From me?
Say what you will, Francisca. You won't change my mind.
So you're leaving me behind again! I'll never forgive you for this! Never!
No. No! This is all my fault! None of this would have happened if it wasn't for me!
Wait! Kay! Don't go! stay right where you are, detective!
But sir!
I'm not a prosecutor anymore.
Don't say it like that! Where you go, I go, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm always there, right by your side.
There's no need for you to do that now, detective. Simply focus on your job and do what you can!
Well, now this is no good, is it? We've let a dangerous criminal run free. I try, and yet it's never enough!
There's no need to worry, sir. We'll set up a cordon. She won't get far.
She'd better not. I'll be very disappointed if she does.
Don't act like you feel bad.
Let's stop there.
Always watching, Edgeworth. Always watching.
We'll be watching you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Always watching.
I'm sorry. He got rid of his badge for her.
That is so.
Everything. Years, like decades of training, and he was just like, "No, I don't care. I need to save Kay." I love them so much.
Do you need a minute?
Yeah, I'm okay. We haven't even gotten to the most heartbreaking part of the case yet. Like, I don't.
Really? Oh no.
Like.
Alright, chat. Here's your mission for next stream. Get your tissues.
God. So good.
You should save your progress, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll stop here. But I just...
I'm actually tearing up again! No, we're going to the title screen! We're calling it a day!
Yeah, I think Aster needs an emotional break. I think you kind of all do.
Damn.
I think we all need one, yeah.
Damn, what a send-off.
Yeah. What's up?
I also need to go to bed.
Oh yes, go to bed, darling.
Yeah, you know, we probably should have called the stream like an hour ago, I'm not gonna lie, but...
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. But also, like, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It's very good.
I can't believe we're gonna stop streaming this game for
So, regarding Ace Attorney, I'm not too sure when we want to meet up again, just because for the next fortnight, I will be doing exams.
You doing Fortnite streams?
Hell yeah, Fortnite.
I think you missed the key word I was saying in that sentence.
Exams. Yeah, no, we got it.
Round of applause.
I went right to flossing as soon as you said that, but...
The 6th, the 8th, and the 14th is my exam days.
Well, of course we wish you the best of luck.
I don't want to interfere with your studying, so...
Yeah. That's not what I hear, Judge.
We can take a minor break from investigations while you're doing your studies. There's other games you can ask and stream in the meantime.
This is true, we have Witch's Heart. But also, what a place to leave off.
Yeah.
The end of the game. It's crazy.
There's gonna be a cliffhanger of cliffhangers.
No, literally.
Yeah,
like Kay did not hang on that cliff. She fell, but yeah.
She did not hang on.
So I'm gonna push you down a flight of stairs.
That's
yeah, I'm gonna
insane.
be Kay Faraday.
I'm gonna get Kay
We'll be like, oh, I used to mod here? No way.
Oh my god!
That doesn't really seem like a thing I would do.
Then I guess
trapped in a swimming pool.
I guess we're taking. I guess we could take a break from investigations until Judge is done with exam. We can do Witchy Heart instead. Alternatively, Judge, if you feel comfortable streaming even during your studies, like, it's entirely up to you.
I'll let you know.
Yes, please.
All right, we'll get back to you on that. In any case.
Thank you for watching. I love Kay so much. She's my everything. That's my daughter, bro. I love her.
Kay is fantastic.
She's so good. And Kay, like, Miles and Kay, like, their dynamic is just so good.
Yeah, she might be a murderer though, so I'm not gonna get too attached.
Oh, shut up, Sif. You know it's not true.
I mean, that's not how the law works.
Nah.
Nah. I'm gonna take a random pot shot. I've never seen this game. I'm gonna guess it's Excelsius.
Oh, wild guess. Alright.
If it ends up being him, I will actually pay $50 for this. I'll gift $50.
Sounds good to me.
Well, yeah, well, Aster knows whether or not that's gonna convey. So.
I literally shake on it.
Alright, I get to... Alright, let me do my budget for next month.
With that, everybody, thank you for watching. Any more final words?
Go to bed.
Until then, everybody.
And with that, everybody... No, no more until then. And with that, everybody,
Not yet.
thank you for coming, and good night.